Good evening, everybody. This is the northern border of Israel. There are interceptions going on right now. Interceptions going on right now in northern Israel. Interceptors just got fired. You're hearing interception explosions right now on the Israel-Lebanon border. This just happened. Hezbollah, it looks like, launched some rockets at Israel, and on the right of the screen, we just saw intercept. Let me see if I can rewind it. Can I rewind this? Can I rewind this here? I'm trying to rewind it for a second. Here, look at this. Look on the right. Look on the right there. Look on the right. That just happened. That's moments ago, that was what was happening. That's about 2 minutes ago. That is about 2 minutes ago on the Lebanon-Israel border. About 2 minutes ago, I'm just replaying it for you. I am replaying this. That is interceptors going up. Those are for rockets being shot by Hezbollah into Israel, presumably, because after Israel launched strikes on Hezbollah. So that was just moments ago. That was like 2 minutes ago, that video I just showed you. And you see flashes. So let me go to live. Let me go to live right now. This is a live shot right here. This is a live shot right here. So let me get the clock up on the screen. Hang on 1 second here. But I got to get the clock up on the screen. And live view of Israel Lebanon border in Israel time. So we have breaking news going on. Hang on, I'll get you updated. There's rocket alerts going on right now. I am going to get you. Hang on. Hang on a moment. There's two different angles here. That one we'll keep an eye on this one and this one. Just give me a moment. I am just getting organized here. I appreciate your patience. Rushing on the air. Oh, on the right side, right side, right side, right side. Look, there is an interceptor going up. Interceptor just going up right now. Interceptor just went up. We just saw it on the right side. This is the Israel-Lebanon border. You just heard an explosion. That was an interception that you just heard. Rockets being fired at Israel by Hezbollah. You just heard an explosion right there. We saw an interception go up and an explosion right there. Okay? Give me a moment here. I need to. Okay, that's ready. Let me get the clock up on the screen. Let me get the clock up on the screen. We just heard another boom. We just heard another boom. So, again, we have rockets being fired into Israel from Hezbollah. I believe those were Iron Dome interceptors we've been seeing. Let me check out my other video I have. We'll get you all caught up here. We're hearing jets, it sounds like. So what has happened, guys, what has happened is that Israel launched preemptive airstrikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel said that it saw Lebanon preparing to launch missiles and rockets at Israel. And Israel conducted airstrikes on Lebanon a short while ago, a large amount of airstrikes. Now we're seeing rocket fire into Israel. Now we're seeing rocket fire into Israel from Lebanon. Okay? So I am keeping my eyes peeled. I have two different shots I can show you from the Israel-Lebanon border. So we'll keep our eye out for more rockets and interceptions. It's 5:37 local time, 5:37 a.m., bringing you live breaking news coverage here. But we have already seen several interceptors go up from Israel and heard some what sounded like interceptions of Hezbollah rockets coming in from Lebanon. And I'm going to just get you caught up. I just want to keep an eye on the screen here for a second. Barak Ravid, who's a reporter, Israeli reporter, says a senior Israeli official says Israel informed the U.S. in advance of the preemptive strike in Lebanon. He also says, breaking news, Ben Gurion Airport, the major Israeli international airport, has temporarily suspended operations. According to the Israeli Airport Authority, that's from Barak Ravid. So the Ben Gurion Airport in Israel has temporarily suspended operations. I'm getting more rocket alerts on my phone right now. Let's see if we see more interceptors being fired here. I have two different shots on the northern border with Lebanon. Also, Barak Ravid reports, Israel official tells me the IDF conducted strikes on long-range missiles Hezbollah prepared to launch at Israel. So again, Israel has launched preemptive airstrikes against Hezbollah, and now it looks like Hezbollah is firing back at Israel with rockets in response to Israeli airstrikes, a bunch of Israeli airstrikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. So we are bringing you live breaking news coverage of this breaking news here. Breaking news. I will read you, I'm going to read you what the Israeli Defense Force said as we keep an eye on the screen. I am seeing more rocket alerts, and more rocket alerts are happening right now. And we'll keep our eyes peeled on our cameras to see what we see. But we have seen Iron Dome interceptors happening, interceptions over Israel. Iron Dome interceptions have been happening as rockets get fired into Israel, presumably by Hezbollah. So you may hear booms in the sky, looking for interceptions, and we'll wait and see what we see on our cameras here. Sounds like I just heard a boom right there. Sounds like we're hearing booms. These might be interceptions off camera. Hear those booms? Hear those booms? We are definitely hearing what sound like booms. We are hearing booms. There's stuff going on. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Right here. Are we seeing something on here? That's the other angle. So I got two angles for you of the northern border. Two angles of the northern border here. We're hearing jets. We might be seeing Israeli strikes in response to the rocket fire. Again, Israel has launched airstrikes on Hezbollah. Hold on. What do we got here? Checking both of them. Again, so we are looking at the Israel-Lebanon border. I want to say Israel announced, I'm going to read you the Israeli announcement, okay? Israel announced, the Israeli military announced less than an hour ago, the Israeli military announced that they were launching airstrikes on Hezbollah because Hezbollah had been preparing to fire rockets and missiles at Israel. That's what Israeli military said, okay? So, I'm going to read you the announcement by the Israeli military from less than an hour ago. The Israeli military said, we have detected preparations by the terrorist organization Hezbollah to launch missiles and rockets at the state of Israel. We are attacking proactively to remove the threat. Fighter jets are now attacking targets of the Hezbollah terrorist organization that posed an immediate threat to the Israeli home front. More rocket alerts going right now. In Israel. Let's see if we see anything on our cameras here. But presumably Hezbollah firing back at Israel rockets in response to Israel's airstrikes on Hezbollah targets. Hearing jets. I'm looking at both cameras here. Both on the northern border. We did see interceptors fired a short while ago and hear booms, which sounded like interceptions. So again, just to update you, about an hour ago, Israel announced that it was launching airstrikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon because Israel said it detected that that Hezbollah was preparing to launch missiles and rockets at Israel. And Israel said they attacked Hezbollah targets that posed an immediate threat to the Israeli home front. And now we're seeing rocket alerts in Israel, which is presumably Hezbollah firing rockets in response to this into Israel. I'm hearing jets. Let me try to get you guys some updates too. There's a lot going on right now. More rocket alerts happening right now. There are more rocket alerts happening right now in Israel. More rocket alerts. We'll see what we see on our cameras here. I have my eye on the other camera shot as well. There have already been numerous Iron Dome interceptions of rockets. We just heard a boom right there. That could have been an interception. Hold on, what's the other camera doing? Sirens! Look, breaking news! We got interceptions in the sky. Sirens, interceptions and sirens. Interceptions going on. Wow, interceptions now on this camera. Interceptions going on in northern Israel of rockets coming in from Lebanon. We just saw that live. We just heard the sirens and saw an interception. Wow. So again, we're hearing more. Israel has launched a number of strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon after it says it saw Hezbollah preparing to attack Israel with rockets and missiles. So Israel launched a preemptive strike to try to remove the threat. Now, I guess you could say maybe predictably, Hezbollah is firing rockets into Israel. And are we going to start seeing a lot of Hezbollah firing stuff into Israel now because Israel has carried out this preemptive strike on Hezbollah targets? We'll have to see. Don't know what's going to happen here. 5:46 a.m. Israel time. We're hearing periodic and seeing sometimes these periodic interceptions of these rockets by Israeli Iron Dome interceptors. Breaking news. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says that Israel's National Emergency and Ambulance Service, MDA, says it has raised its level of alert to peak alertness nationwide. Again, we heard reported that, hold on a second here. Yes, I have it right here. Breaking news, Magen David Adom, which is Israel's national medical EMS, emergency medical service. This is a message from Israel's National Emergency Medical Service, Magen David Adom. They said following the developments in the security situation in an overnight situation assessment by Director General Eli Bin, Magen David Adom has raised its alert status to the highest level across the entire country. Breaking news. So Israel is now, would it seem, is anticipating some sort of, attack by Hezbollah in response to Israel's preemptive strikes. I'm seeing more rocket alerts right now, more rocket alerts happening. Ben Gurion Airport is diverting incoming flights and delaying others after Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon. Ben Gurion is the major airport in Israel. So Israel certainly seems like it's prepared for some big attack, in response from Hezbollah. But the main international airport in Israel is diverting flights and delaying other flights. I don't want to go away from these cameras for the moment. We got 2 camera angles for you of northern Israel right now. You're hearing booms, maybe those are interceptions. Those could be airstrikes by Israel in southern Lebanon. Those could be interceptions as well, those booms. They also could be rockets landing. Oh, we just heard another boom. Listen to this. Listen to this right now, northern Israel. What is that? Is that interceptions? Is it artillery? Is it airstrikes? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Wow. That's it. That's the Israel-Lebanon border. About an hour ago, Israel launched a large number of airstrikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon after Israel said it detected that Hezbollah was getting ready to launch missiles and rockets at Israel. And Israel said that with fighter jets, it attacked Hezbollah targets that posed an immediate threat to Israel. And now after that, we have seen a bunch of rockets being launched. After the Israeli strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon, we've seen a bunch of rockets launched, presumably by Hezbollah, into Israel. And we have the Israeli airport, the main airport, is diverting flights and delaying flights. Israel's emergency medical service has put Israel. What did they say? The MGA emergency medical service has raised its alert status to the highest level across the entire country of Israel. So what is going to happen? How is Hezbollah going to respond to presumably this remember, Hezbollah was already expected to attack Israel because Israel had assassinated the top Hezbollah commander, 3 or 4 weeks ago. So we were waiting for a big Hezbollah response to Israel. Well, just about an hour ago, Israel said it started attacking Hezbollah targets with airstrikes because Hezbollah was getting ready to attack Israel. So that's very provocative to do a preemptive strike on Hezbollah. So now what's Hezbollah going to do? Have a lot of Hezbollah targets been hit in the Israeli airstrikes? How is Hezbollah going to respond to this now? Because this is going to be seen as a further provocation by Israel. We'll have to see what happens. Let me try to get you some updates. We're bringing you live breaking news coverage here. A fluid situation going on right now. A fluid situation. Oh, another. I'm seeing a report of another statement. Intel Doge said there's going to be another statement from the Israeli military in 13 minutes. That's what Intel Doge says. Hang on, let me see if I can get you some other updates here. More rocket alerts coming in now. More rocket alerts coming in Israel right now. So let's keep an eye on the cameras and see what we hear. See if we see or hear anything. More rocket alerts right now. Let's see if we see anything on these cameras. I got 2 cameras here going back and forth. This one we're not really getting volume on at the moment, but we're seeing. So I'm trying to get you the updates, follow the cameras, talk about the rocket alerts, but also get you updates on the news as well. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. In case you are just joining us, about an hour ago, Israel launched a large number of airstrikes, reportedly. Israel said it launched airstrikes against Hezbollah, preemptive airstrikes against Hezbollah about an hour ago, and Hezbollah has been launching rockets in Israel in response. More rocket alerts happening now. Let's see if we see anything on our cameras. More rocket alerts in Israel right now. Again, about an hour ago, Israel said that it saw evidence that Hezbollah was getting ready to fire missiles and rockets at Israel. And Israel... Oh, a rocket! There's an interceptor right there! Interceptor just went up. I think we just saw an interceptor go up. Well, we just saw it right there. We just saw it on the screen right there, on the left there. We just saw that. We just saw it. Wow. That looked, I'm guessing that was an interceptor. It could have been a rocket. I don't know. Wow. As I was saying, about an hour ago, Israel launched preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah to take out what it said were Hezbollah target, where Hezbollah, we just heard that could have been an interception right there. We're hearing booms, maybe interceptions, We're hearing booms. We are hearing booms. Those could be interceptions of incoming rockets, I don't know. But we seem to be seeing Hezbollah firing rockets at Israel after Israel launched preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah when Israel says it detected Hezbollah getting ready to attack Israel. So, hang on a moment here. Joe Truzman, who's a Middle East expert, says a noticeable uptick in Hezbollah rocket launches against northern Israel. However, none have reached major population centers like Haifa, but that can change. We are hearing what seems to be jets sometimes. Ben Gurion Airport, Israel's main international airport, is reportedly, we're hearing booms, is reportedly diverting and delaying traffic. More rocket alerts right now. More rocket alerts right now. Let's see what we see or hear on the screen. There are more rocket alerts happening right now. How is Hezbollah going to respond to these preemptive Israeli airstrikes? What kind of damage did those preemptive Israeli airstrikes do? Did Israel's airstrikes take out a lot of the missiles and rockets that Hezbollah was going to launch at Israel? I do not know. We're bringing you live breaking news coverage here. Thanks to all of our mods. I really appreciate our moderators. Thank you. About 6 a.m. Israel time right now. I cannot split the screen with these two cameras. I am not allowed to show, with long story short, I am not allowed to show these two cameras at the same time. It's just the way it is. One or the other. I might get more that I can split screen, but I have nothing I can split screen at the moment. So we have these two. Let me keep, really quick, if you look at Flight Radar 24, you are not seeing anything around Tel Aviv. Ben Gurion Airport has hold on, I'll show you in a second. I don't want you to miss anything here. Ben Gurion Airport has reportedly diverted and delayed flights. Here, look. This is Ben Gurion Airport right there. You do not see planes near. You're not seeing any planes flying in or out of Ben Gurion Airport right now. Look, there's Ben Gurion Airport right there. And you are not seeing air traffic around there right now. Nothing coming in or out, it looks like, at the moment. We're keeping an eye on the situation for you. Trey Yingst says, who's a reporter in the Middle East for Fox News, Trey Yingst says there will be an Israeli Security Cabinet meeting at 7 a.m. Israeli Security Cabinet will be meeting at 7 a.m. Breaking news, Barak Ravid, Israeli reporter, reports, senior Israeli official says Israel is acting alone against Hezbollah, but in full coordination with the U.S. The update the Biden administration received was not in the last minute. So Barak Ravid is also reporting that a senior Israeli official says Israel told the U.S. in advance it was going to preemptively strike Hezbollah in Lebanon. More rocket alerts right now. More rocket alerts right now. Let's see if we see anything on the cameras or hear anything on the cameras. I am looking at both. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage. We have already seen some Iron Dome interceptors go up, and there have been a number of interceptions reported, and we seem to have heard a bunch of interceptions. What is Hezbollah going to do? There was reporting in the last day or so, there were some reports that claimed that Hezbollah was soon going to launch a retaliation attack on Israel for the assassination of Fuad Shukr, who was the top Hezbollah commander, who Israel assassinated in a strike on July 30th. And there was reporting suggesting that soon Hezbollah could do that. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play you guys, I'm going to play you the video that where about an hour ago, Israeli Defense Forces announced their strikes on Lebanon. So on Hezbollah in Lebanon. So while we're watching watching the live cams, let me throw up that. Oh, whoa! I don't know if that's an interception. I don't know if that's artillery. I don't know. We're hearing stuff. All right, so that could have been an interception nearby. I don't know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Guys, I'm going to read you.
A short while ago,
I have it here. I have
the
it.
IDF identified.
I'm not going to go away from this. We got to keep an eye on this. You are watching live video of the Israel-Lebanon border. We are hearing booms. We are hearing a lot of booms. Wow. Again, I wish I could tell you if these were interceptions, if these were maybe airstrikes or artillery being fired by Israel. No, I'm looking at the other view. I'm not seeing anything on the other view, so we're going to stay with this right now because we're hearing the sound on this. I have my eye on the other view too. One of our viewers says it sounds like artillery fire. It could very well be artillery fire. This is remember Hezbollah. Lebanon is on the border with Israel. Hezbollah. There are Hezbollah in southern. There are Hezbollah forces in southern Lebanon. Since last October, since after October 7th, Hezbollah has been launching strikes on Israeli targets. There's been these border skirmishes between Hezbollah and Israel, as Hezbollah has been striking in support, they say, of the Palestinians in Gaza. Oh, hold on. What do we got? Camera was moving around for a second. So, you know, this border region, there's been a lot of military activity going on since last October, but this is pretty intense right now. Again, in case you missed it, Israel announced about an hour ago that it had conducted preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah targets. Israel said that Hezbollah was getting ready to attack Israel with rockets and missiles, and it struck Hezbollah targets basically to prevent Hezbollah from launching an attack on Israel. So, whoa, and there's more rocket alerts right now. So, rockets have been fired from Hezbollah. In the aftermath of the Israeli airstrikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, we've been seeing rocket fires from Hezbollah in Lebanon at Israel. So how is Hezbollah going to respond to Israel launching preemptive strikes on Hezbollah? What is Hezbollah was already expected to attack Israel because Israel assassinated the top Hezbollah commander a few weeks ago. Now Israel has launched preemptive strikes on Hezbollah when it said Hezbollah was getting ready to attack it. So what's Hezbollah going to do now? I would really like to play something for you right now while I have a second. I want to play you what the Israeli military said, okay? I'm going to play you guys this. Give me a moment here. I'm going to put up on the screen just in a little box. Hold on. We got more rocket alerts going. I'm not going to do anything. More rocket alerts going on. Let's see what happens. There's more rocket alerts right now. Hearing gunfire, hearing gunfire, hearing gunfire in the distance. Hearing some gunfire in the distance. Hearing some booms in the distance. Hearing booms in the distance. Hearing booms. Are these airstrikes? Is Israel launching more airstrikes? I can't tell you. More booms, more booms. Keep an eye on that camera too. Hearing some kind of jet now. This is the eastern part of Israel's border with Lebanon, this shot. Can I get this on the screen? I really want to play you really quick what the Israeli military said a short while ago. I'm going to make it small for you. I'm going to make it smaller than this. Hold on, more rocket alerts happening right now. More rocket alerts. Let me get rid of that. More rocket alerts right now. Happening now. Just got them on my phone. We'll see what happens. Hold on, camera. Maybe interceptions. Maybe interceptions. We're hearing booms. Hearing some sirens in the distance. Sirens in the distance. Hearing some sirens, hearing what appear to be interceptions. Maybe an Israeli fighter jet. Going to play you this. Listen to what the Israeli military had to say. This is the Israeli military a short while ago. Hang on.
A short while ago, the IDF identified Hezbollah terrorist organization preparing to fire missiles, rockets towards Israeli territory. In a self-defense act to remove these threats, the IDF is striking terror targets in Lebanon from which Hezbollah was planning to launch their attacks on Israeli civilians. This follows more than 6,700 rockets.
All right, hold on. We got more rocket alerts now. More rocket alerts now. More rocket alerts. See what happens. Again, Israel has launched preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel says Hezbollah was planning to attack Israel with rockets and missiles, so Israel launched airstrikes on Hezbollah. Now Hezbollah has been launching rockets back at Israel. Let me try this again. I'm going to put this statement up again by the Israeli military. Hold on. I'm going to hold off. I'm going to hold off. Too much going on. Too much going on. I think we have some breaking news here. By the way, Jim Sciutto reports from CNN all passenger flights have been suspended in and out of Tel Aviv as a precaution. Wow. More rocket alerts right now. More rocket alerts right now. Breaking news, emergency situation declared in Israel for next 48 hours. Breaking news, emergency situation declared in Israel for next 48 hours, according to Times of Israel. I'm seeing multiple outlets report that. Multiple outlets report emergency situation declared in Israel for next 48 hours. That's what Times of Israel is saying. Defense Minister Gallant has declared an emergency situation in the country for the next 48 hours. The special situation in the home front enables the IDF Home Front Command to issue restrictions. So that's a new update we just heard. I'm seeing it reported elsewhere too. Wow. More rocket alerts happening right now. More rocket alerts right now. My phone is blowing up with rocket alerts. We got 2 cameras in northern Israel. We'll see what happens. Hezbollah firing lots of rockets at Israel, it looks like now, at least a decent amount of them. After Israel conducted airstrikes on Hezbollah targets, preemptive strikes, Israel said that they saw evidence Hezbollah was getting ready to shoot missiles and rockets at Israel, and Israel launched airstrikes to take out what they called were threatening targets, and now Hezbollah is responding with rocket fire. I cannot do side-by-side with these cameras. These 2 cameras, for when I pay for the footage I use, I don't steal footage, I pay for the footage. Certain footage from certain providers has certain restrictions. These 2 cameras cannot appear side-by-side. I can only use one or the other at once. I'm sorry, but that's the regulations of these cameras. Breaking news, Joe Truzman says Hezbollah has issued a statement saying they will respond against Israel over the killing of Fouad Shukr in Beirut. That was at the end of July. The publication of the statement follows the preemptive Israeli strikes against the group this evening. So is Hezbollah going to begin their official retaliation against Israel for that assassination? And what are they going to do? Exactly. I am seeing rocket alerts. I'm going to keep checking both cameras here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I am trying to get you updates at the same time as watching the cameras, guys. So I'm trying to do multiple things at once here. So please bear with me. I am getting updates for you right as we speak. Yes. Again, Times of Israel reports, Defense Minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant, has declared an emergency situation. Wow. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant of Israel has declared an emergency situation in Israel for the next 48 hours. The special situation in the home front enables the IDF Home Front Command to issue restrictions. That's from Times of Israel. Guys, I'm keeping an eye on both cameras. I am watching both cameras. If something is happening on the other camera, I will go to it. Now, this Hezbollah statement, I'm trying to get an exact translation of this Hezbollah statement that they have just issued. We're hearing booms in the background. More rocket alerts right now. More rocket alerts are happening right now. More rocket alerts. A bunch of rocket alerts happening right now. I'm going to change the headline here. Hold on. I'm going to change the headline right now. If you give me a moment, I'll change the headline. Hezbollah firing rockets at Israel after Israeli airstrikes. Let's go with that. Let me just fix this. That is what has been happening. Oh, I have a Tel Aviv camera. Whoa. If I need it, I have access to a Tel Aviv camera too. If we need it, I have access to a Tel Aviv camera. Hopefully I'll be getting more cameras in the next few minutes, but these are the ones I have right now. If I get one that allows me to show a split screen, I will do it. I cannot show split screen with the current cameras, but I will be keeping an eye on them. The Israeli Defense Force says, Lucas Tomlinson reports that the IDF says Hezbollah has launched over 150 rockets from Lebanon towards Israel so far, after these Israeli airstrikes. To repeat, this is what Israel said. Israel, about an hour and a half ago or so, about an hour and a half ago, Israel said, we have detected preparations by the terrorist organization Hezbollah to launch missiles and rockets at the state of Israel. We are attacking proactively to remove the threat. Fighter jets are now attacking targets of the Hezbollah terrorist organization that posed an immediate threat to the Israel home front. So that was, they also said, following these attacks and in accordance with the assessment of the situation held by the Israeli Home Front Command, life-saving instructions will be distributed in some areas of Israel. Follow the updated instructions on the platforms of the IDF and the Home Front Command. So, again, Israel launched these preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah because it said Hezbollah was getting ready to attack Israel. Now we have Hezbollah launching rockets at Israel in response to this. And maybe, I've heard that Hezbollah issued a statement saying they are going to, or they have started launching a response to Israel's assassination of the top Hezbollah commander, Fawad Shukur, back on July 30th. We'll have to just see what happens. Just to show you here a couple different things. We also have, if we need it, that is Tel Aviv right there. That's Tel Aviv. If we need it, we have a shot at Tel Aviv. And we have these two shots of the northern border, Israel border with Lebanon. We've heard the most on this shot, though, so I'm staying on this shot right now. Bringing you live breaking news coverage. Intel Crab related a report from Itay Blumenthal, who is in Israel, who reports that beaches are closed in the north of Israel. Beaches are closed in the north of Israel. That's from Itay Blumenthal. Again, air traffic has reportedly been halted at the main Israeli airport, the major Israeli international airport, which is here. I'll show you here. It's right there. It's Ben Gurion Airport. This is Flight Radar 24. Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv. You do not see planes going in or out of there at the moment. I bet this plane is not going there. No, that plane is not going there. So, again, reportedly, civilian traffic halted in and out of Tel Aviv Ben Gurion International Airport. Israel's military radio, GLZ radio, reports a direct hit to a private house. To a private house in the Western Galilee, no casualties. The camera just moved here. Wow. I would like to get the Hezbollah statement. Is this it? Guys, I think I might have the Hezbollah statement. Hold on. That is what I would like to get for you right now. I need to get this Hezbollah statement. Give me one moment. Wow. I have the Hezbollah statement. Okay, I have the Hezbollah statement right here, guys. I'm going to read you guys a statement from Hezbollah. I have it right here. Okay? The Hezbollah statement is as follows. They say, on the 40th day of Imam Hussein bin Ali, peace be upon them, the master of martyrs, the Imam of the free, and the symbol of sacrifice, altruism, and pride, and at dawn on the day, Sunday, August 25th, October 2024, August 25th, 2024, and within the framework of the initial response to the brutal Israeli aggression on the southern suburb of Beirut, which led to the martyrdom of the great jihadist leader, Mr. Fuad Shukr. May God have mercy on him and a number of our honorable people, women, and children. So in the first part of the statement, they talk about Israel's assassination of Fuad Shukr, the top Hezbollah commander, on July 30th. I'll keep reading their statement, but let me just make sure there's nothing else going on to show you here. So the statement continues. Hezbollah announces the Mujahideen of the Islamic resistance began an air attack with a large number of rockets towards Israel and towards a specific Israeli military target that will be announced later, and in conjunction with the Mujahideen of the Islamic resistance targeting a number of enemy sites, barracks, and dome platforms. So they're talking about launching rockets at Israel, at military targets in Israel. I have no reports of injuries so far from any of these rockets that have been launched. But here's a part of the statement that it also says. The Hezbollah statement also says, these military operations will take some time to be completed, and after that a detailed statement will be issued about their course and objectives, God Almighty willing. The Islamic resistance in Lebanon, and at these moments, is at its highest readiness and will stand strong and on the lookout for any Israeli transgression or aggression, especially if civilians are harmed. The punishment will be severe and very harsh. It seems to say that they are starting to do their response, which has been awaited for, to Israel assassinating top Hezbollah commander Fuad Shukr on July 30th. That's I'm not a Hezbollah expert, but they are saying that they have started to respond. From what I can gather and from what others are reporting, their assessment of the statement is. But what the nature of this response will be, they do say these military operations will take some time to be completed. So what is Hezbollah going to do? And how much was their response hurt by Israel? About 2 hours ago, maybe less than 2 hours ago, Israel launched a series of airstrikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon, because Israel said that it detected that Hezbollah was about to launch an attack on Israel. Here, look, let me show you this real quick. This is what the Israeli military said a little while ago. Here's the statement from the Israeli military, right here.
A short while ago, the IDF identified Hezbollah terrorist organization preparing to fire missiles, rockets towards Israeli territory. In a self-defense act to remove these threats, the IDF is striking terror targets in Lebanon from which Hezbollah was planning to launch their attacks on Israeli civilians. This follows more than 6,700 rockets, missiles, and explosive UAVs fired by Hezbollah at Israeli families, homes, and communities since October 8th. Hezbollah will soon fire rockets and possibly missiles and UAVs towards Israeli territory. We will shortly update the Home Front Command defensive guidelines for those in Israel. From right next to the homes of Lebanese civilians in the south of Lebanon, we can see that Hezbollah is preparing to launch an extensive attack on Israel, while endangering the Lebanese civilians. We warn the civilians located in the areas where Hezbollah is operating to move out of harm's way immediately for their own safety. Hezbollah's ongoing aggression risks dragging the people of Lebanon, the people of Israel, and the whole region into a wider escalation. Israel will not tolerate Hezbollah's attacks on our civilians. We are operating in self-defense from Hezbollah and any other enemy that joins in their attacks against us. And we are ready to do everything we need to defend the people of Israel.
You heard the Israeli military says that they say that Hezbollah is getting prepared to launch strikes, to launch rockets, missiles, and drones at Israel, and they have been launching rockets now. This morning, it is now 6:35 there a.m. in Israel. Let me actually update the headline. So how is Hezbollah going to respond to these preemptive strikes by Israel? And how much was the Hezbollah response to Israel? How much was the anticipated Hezbollah attack on Israel hindered by these Israeli preemptive strikes? We do not know. Oops, hold on a second here. We have a couple of cameras in northern Israel right now. That is one. That's another one. That's in the eastern part of northern Israel. And then we have this from Tel Aviv. There's Tel Aviv. I'm going to leave it on this one for a second because we've been hearing the most on this one. Oh, I have more footage for you. Guys, I have more footage for you. I have a Haifa cam and a Tel Aviv cam. Haifa and Tel Aviv, I don't even know which one to show you. Maybe I'll show you Haifa. So I can show you now two cameras at once. So in a moment, we'll get the second camera up. Just give me a moment here. I'm going to get the second camera on the screen for you. Haven't had a rocket alert in a few minutes. There's Haifa right there. So what I want to do is put this up top, maybe, because I don't want to get in the way. And I'll put the Haifa on there so you know what we're looking at. I wish this camera would kind of come up a little bit. But where is Haifa? Hold on. Haifa. That's Haifa up there, okay? Let me try to get you more updates. More rocket alerts. There are more rocket alerts right now. There are more rocket alerts, and I just reposted a video. I'm going to post a video in the chat that supposedly shows a drone hitting a highway in northern Israel. I'll post that in the chat. Follow me on X at Lookner. I am reposting videos on my X account too. More rocket alerts right now. More rocket alerts right now. More rocket alerts right as we speak. More rocket alerts right now. Let's see if we hear anything or see anything on the northern Israel cameras. So more rocket alerts right now. I'm guessing it would be in, this would be the eastern, here. You might hear or see stuff on this camera right now. Because the rocket alerts are in northeastern Israel. So let's see what we see on this shot and here on this shot. Okay, in case you're just joining us, about 2 hours ago, Israel announced it was conducting airstrikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon because Israel says it detected Hezbollah getting ready to fire rockets and missiles at Israel. And so preemptively, Israel launched preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. And since then, Hezbollah has been launching rockets into Israel. And we're expecting more of a response coming up from Hezbollah. We were waiting for a Hezbollah response anyway. Since Israel killed Fuad Shukr, the top, more rocket alerts right now, by the way. Israel killed the top Hezbollah commander on July 30th. We were waiting for a response from Hezbollah to Israel for that. Then tonight, a couple hours ago, Israel launched preemptive strike on Hezbollah, preemptive strikes, because Israel said Hezbollah was getting ready to attack Israel. How is Hezbollah going to respond to this? We have already seen some rocket interceptions and seen interceptors being fired. But Israel, Tel Aviv, Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv has stopped civilian traffic reportedly. So Israel is clearly expecting something in the coming hours. Oh, the New York Times is reporting, guys. Oh, a couple things. Barak Ravid says, White House National Security spokesperson Sean Savit says, President Biden is closely monitoring events in Israel and Lebanon. Hold on, let me see if I can get this. Anyways, National Security Council spokesperson Sean Savit, according to Barak Ravid, says President Biden is closely monitoring events in Israel and Lebanon. He has been engaged with his national security team throughout the evening. At his direction, senior U.S. officials have been communicating continuously with their Israeli counterparts. We will keep supporting Israel's right to defend itself, and we will keep working for regional stability. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is, remember, Hezbollah is largely supported by Iran. So does Iran respond to Israel launching these preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah, this Iranian proxy group? It is largely supported by Iran. Okay, guys, the New York Times reports that Israel's preemptive attack was aimed at missile launchers in Lebanon that had been programmed to be fired at 5 a.m. in the direction of Tel Aviv, according to a Western intelligence official. I do not know if that's true, but the official said all the launchers that were targeted that were destroyed in Israel was anticipating a harsh, relentless response from Hezbollah. Again, I don't know if that's true, but the New York Times is reporting that a Western intelligence official tells them that Israel had launched strikes at launchers that had been prepared to fire missiles in the direction of Tel Aviv. So again, I don't know if that's true. But that's what the New York Times is reporting, that a Western intelligence official told them that. Oh, Aleph is saying that he's hearing that Ben Gurion Airport will resume flight activity at 7 a.m. Maybe it will. I don't know. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to keep up with everything here for you. Yes, a Parallel Universe, who I think might work there. Parallel Universe is posting, who I follow. He says they're announcing changes for some gates for flights at the airport. Looks like they're going to resume flights. So Israel may resume flights soon to and from Tel Aviv. Sorry, I'm trying to get you the latest updates here on everything. and checking a lot of different sources. Oh, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. I think we have a new statement here. First of all, there are new restrictions. There are some new security restrictions on the home front that were just announced by the Israeli Defense Forces. There are partial restrictions in some parts of Israel. Some of them, at least, are in northern Israel. So the Home Front Command, Israeli Civil Defense, is announcing some actions that they want people to take in certain parts of Israel to keep them safe. That was just posted a few minutes ago. I'll get you more updates on that shortly. But I just saw that right now. So guys, the Times of Israel, Manny Fabian says, IDF spokesperson Hagari says the Israeli military continues to thwart Hezbollah's prepared attacks on Israel. He says, we are removing, the Israeli defense spokesman said, we are removing threats to the Israeli home front. Dozens of planes are now attacking targets in different areas of southern Lebanon. This is in a press conference. This just got said. This week. He just said this. Again, so the Israeli defense spokesperson, Daniel Hagari, just said, we are removing threats to the Israeli home front. Dozens of planes are now attacking targets in different areas of southern Lebanon. Hezbollah is firing rockets and drones at Israel. Our air defense systems, Navy ships, and Air Force planes are protecting the country's skies, identifying and intercepting threats, and striking anywhere in Lebanon where it is necessary to remove threats and hit Hezbollah, he says. He just said that. Okay? So, it's ongoing. It is ongoing. I might even have a, did they post it yet on their social media? I'm going to read you something from the IDF. Going to read you something from them. They just came out with a statement. The Israeli Defense Forces says, changes in the defense policy of the Home Front Command. At the end of the situation assessment, it was decided that starting this morning, there will be a change in the defensive policy of the Home Front Command. That's Israeli Civil Defense tells citizens how to protect themselves. As part of the changes, it was decided to impose partial restrictions in the North Golan, South Golan, line of conflict, Upper Galilee, Lower Galilee, Central Galilee, Beit Shean Valley, the valleys, the Gulf, the Carmel, Wadi Ara, Menashe, Sharon, and Dan. Now, a bunch of that I know is in northern Israel. I don't know off the top of my head if all of it is in northern Israel, but a bunch of it is in northern Israel. Yeah, Dan's in northern Israel, or Dan, whatever it is. It's possible that all of that is in northern Israel. Well, hold on. I don't know. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just getting everything organized here. Will there be more rockets being fired from Hezbollah into Israel? Will there be missiles? We'll have to see what happens. We've heard a bunch of booms on this camera previously. Electrolab says Don area is not north. I looked it up on a map. Let me look again. Certainly look, yeah, the Don Israel, I just looked it up. It's right next to the border. It's literally next to the northern border. It's a kibbutz in northern Israel, located in the north. Oh, hold on. What do we got? What's happening? Oh, is that just for focus purposes or what? Camera's moving. The New York Times says Hezbollah said it had begun an initial response. In the wake of the Israeli attack, it had begun an initial response to the Israeli assassination in late July of Fuad Shukr, the Hezbollah senior commander. I'm just checking a bunch of different sources here for you. Reuters summarizes by saying Hezbollah launched a major barrage of rockets against Israel on Sunday in retaliation for the assassination of a senior commander in Beirut last month, Hezbollah said. Again, the timeline this morning is that Israel said they saw that Hezbollah was preparing to launch a strike on Israel with rockets and missiles. To prevent that, Israel launched preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah targets. So it was a preemptive strike to prevent a Hezbollah attack on Israel. Since then, Hezbollah has launched reportedly over 150 rockets at Israel. I'm not aware of any big reports of damage or injuries. But 150 rockets is probably not going to be the sum total of Hezbollah's response. And also, presumably, the Hezbollah response to the assassination of their top commander on July 30th was going to involve something more than 150 rockets. The New York Times claims that a Western intelligence official told them that there were missiles that were going to launch at 5 a.m. toward Tel Aviv, and that Israel attacked those launchers shortly before they launched. Is that really what happened? I can't confirm that. So we're really in a wait-and-see mode right now. What is Hezbollah going to do? Does Iran jump in and do something? We'll have to just see what happens here. We have some different cameras of northern Israel and different parts of Israel. News update. News update. Israel is going to reopen Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv at 7 a.m. in about 2 minutes. According to Times of Israel's Manny Fabian, Israel's major international airport, Ben Gurion, will be reopening in about a minute. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators who are here moderating in the chat. I think we might have a new statement from Hezbollah. Hang on a second here. Do we have a new Hezbollah statement? Breaking news. Breaking news. Hezbollah says the first stage of their attack on Israel is complete. Hezbollah says, they released a statement saying, the first stage has been completed with complete success. Now, I don't know if this is really complete success. I'm not aware of any significant damage or injuries that we've heard about in Israel. So Hezbollah says, this is the stage of targeting Israeli barracks and sites to facilitate the crossing of the offensive marches toward their desired goal deep within the entity. The marches crossed as scheduled. Oh, I think marches might be like rocket launches. Maybe like rocket launches or something. They claim they have launched over 320 rockets at Israeli positions. They say the rest of the details about the military operation will come in later statements. So, Hezbollah announces that the first stage of their response to the killing of Fuad Shukr is complete. They just announced that on their Telegram, okay? Manny Fabian of Times of Israel notes that the Hezbollah statement that's just released did not mention Israel's preemptive airstrikes a couple hours ago. So Hezbollah has posted a couple statements this morning, and they said that they have started their revenge response to Israel's killing of their top commander back on July 30th. But they did not mention the Israeli airstrikes of a couple hours ago, and that Israel says are still going on. Again, Israel says that it detected a couple hours ago, they said that it detected that Hezbollah was going to launch rockets and missiles at Israel, and Israel said it was conducting a number of airstrikes on Hezbollah targets, preemptive airstrikes, to prevent that from happening. So only Israel and Hezbollah know how much damage did the Israeli preemptive strikes do. How much did they prevent a Hezbollah response? What would have happened if Israel had not carried out those airstrikes? That I can't tell you. But Hezbollah launched, it looked reportedly over 150 rockets. They claimed over 300 rockets in what they call the first stage of their revenge attack. But they have not, in their statements, Hezbollah, mentioned these Israeli preemptive airstrikes. And Israel, I believe, has reopened Tel Aviv airport. So what's going to happen? Is Hezbollah going to wait for hours or days to do something else or not? Beats me. I have no idea. Now remember also, we're waiting for Iran to respond to Israel. Iran has said that it is going to launch some sort of strike on Israel, some sort of attack on Israel, because hours after Israel assassinated the top commander in Hezbollah, Israel also, it is believed, assassinated the political leader of Hamas when he was visiting Tehran, Iran. And Iran has said, as a guest of the Iranian government. So Iran has said that they're going to respond to Israel for that. It has not happened yet. When will that happen? A couple quick thank yous, by the way, to a really quick thanks. I owe a couple people some thank yous. Thank you, Tracy Meefield, Bebop and Rocksteady, Minnie Manson, Sandra General, Andrew Pickett, Safia Salfa Music, Andrew Melville, Clean 937, Tim Possible, Jay Martinez, Justin King, 62 Midnight, BC Mike, Ivan, Philip Stanford, Jim S, NJ Prepper, Mitchell Black, Greg Swindle, Caesar Day, Georgia Cultural, Luigi's Mom, Fufu Fantasia, Panda 300, Evan Hiram Hawk, Sega, Jerry Kovacs, Gary Eckert, Mr. Blanks a Lot, Matty Ice, It Me, Brian Beelman, Adi Chevris, Eric Nielsen, Cryptomeria, Deshark, Tammy Billings, BDK, H, Long Range Precision Shooting, Kenneth Colton, Nikolai, 33 Avon 88, Leanne Zappin, Logan B, D's Now, Nikolai. Sorry, a few more thank yous. I just have way behind on this. Matthew Jaffe, Dagon, and also Sandra General, Mary Jane Cruiser, Candace Richardson, Michael Joseph Murray, Evan Springer, Ooms World, MTO Creations, Ali C, JTF, Mark Dean, Isabel, almost done. Marty Hagwood, thank you, Marty. Donna Smith, Kender, Dodger Blue, Christine Rizzo, Longboard Ninja Master, Carrie Kyle, Lucas Ford, Jay Wright. Sorry for the delayed thank you, but it has been a very, very busy stream with lots going on. I'm going to thank our moderators in a second, too, and continue to bring you updates on the situation. Also, thank you so much to PsyOps on Twitch, Who Shot JR, Brainstorm Warning, Gonzalez, Larry Picklejar, Mank Twok, Sideways C7, and Big Dog Gaming, Bohica, Darth Slothis, and Casey Comey. All right, let's see what other updates we have, and I'm going to want to thank our moderators too. So again, this Hezbollah statement which came out claims that they hit all this stuff in Israel and that their first stage of their response to the assassination of the Hezbollah commander was successful. I don't know about that. I haven't heard about them hitting any of this stuff. So just to go back, Hezbollah says in their latest statement, they say that the first stage of their response, their revenge response to Israel's July 30th assassination of top Hezbollah commander Fuad Shukr is complete. They claim that they have hit a number of targets in Israel, including a number of barracks and bases, of Israeli barracks and bases. There are no reliable reports that any Israeli barracks or bases or any other targets in Israel have been hit. So what can I say? But I'm literally looking at the Hezbollah statement right now. And it says that the first stage of their revenge response was a, quote, complete success. How many stages are there, says Well Go Ahead? We don't know. They did say these military operations will take some time to be completed, and they said the rest of the details about this military operation will come in later statements. So Hezbollah is saying more to come. Oh, I thought that might be a rocket siren. Guys, for those who didn't see it, I'm going to play you the Israeli military statement that came out a couple hours ago. And this is when Israel announced that it was conducting preemptive strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon because Israel said it detected that Lebanon was about to launch rockets and missiles at Israel. So in case you missed it, I'm going to play this again for you. This was the Israeli military spokesperson, Daniel Hagari, a couple hours ago announcing that Israel was carrying out these strikes on these strikes on Hezbollah. Now, hang on, let me just fix the audio here. Okay, so here's the Israeli military statement here.
A short while ago, the IDF identified Hezbollah terrorist organization preparing to fire missiles, rockets towards Israeli territory. In a self-defense act to remove these threats, the IDF is striking terror targets in Lebanon from which Hezbollah was planning to launch their attacks on Israeli civilians. This follows more than 6,700 rockets, missiles, and explosive UAVs fired by Hezbollah at Israeli families, homes, and communities since October 8th. Hezbollah will soon fire rockets and possibly missiles and UAVs towards Israeli territory. We will shortly update the Home Front Command defensive guidelines for those in Israel. From right next to the homes of Lebanese civilians in the south of Lebanon, we can see that Hezbollah is preparing to launch an extensive attack on Israel. While endangering the Lebanese civilians, we warn the civilians located in the areas where Hezbollah is operating to move out of harm's way immediately for their own safety. Hezbollah's ongoing aggression risks dragging the people of Lebanon, the people of Israel, and the whole region into a wider escalation. Israel will not tolerate Hezbollah's attacks on our civilians. We are operating in self-defense from Hezbollah and any other enemy that joins in their attacks against us. And we are ready to do everything we need to defend the people of Israel.
So that was a statement right there from the Israeli military. They subsequently released a statement saying they are continuing to strike targets preemptively. I have not had a rocket alert on my phone for a while. There were a lot for a while after those preemptive strikes, but I have not had one on my phone for a while. Let me just see if I have an updated statement from the Israeli Defense Forces here. Hold on. Well, just to repeat this from earlier, according to Times of Israel's Manny Fabian, around a half an hour ago, the Israeli military spokesperson, Daniel Hagari, said that the military continues to thwart attacks by Hezbollah on Israel. Hagari said in a press conference, "We are removing threats to the Israeli home front. Dozens of planes are now attacking targets in different areas of southern Lebanon. Hezbollah is firing rockets and drones at Israel. Our air defense systems, Navy ships, and Air Force planes are protecting the country's skies, identifying and intercepting threats, and striking anywhere in Lebanon where it is necessary to remove threats and hit Hezbollah," he said. One of our viewers thought the Hezbollah statement might have been written before the attack, or the Israeli attack. Maybe it was. I mean, they could have changed it. They released it after after the Israeli preemptive strikes begun. So that I don't know. It's an interesting question. Oh, let me check flight radar. So do we have flights? Have flights resumed from Tel Aviv yet? Supposedly, the airport in Tel Aviv is open to back up. It was closed for a couple hours, but I am not currently seeing on flight radar. I mean, there's planes. You know what I can do? What I can do is get a filter set up here real quick. Settings. No, I want filters. Where's filters? Filters. Add new filter. Custom. Tel Aviv. I got it. So these are Tel Aviv planes. That's flying to Tel Aviv. I don't see anything that's taken off from there recently, and that's supposed to be flying there. I don't know if it's going to actually land there. That seems to be maybe diverting that one. I'm not sure. Maybe it's not. Anyways, so at the moment, I don't see evidence on flight radar. I don't see evidence in front of my face that planes are taking off and leaving from Tel Aviv, but maybe they are, and I'm just not seeing it, or maybe they're going to soon. Some of our viewers are mentioning GPS disruptions. So GPS disruptions can happen in Israel when Israel wants to hinder drones or missiles, say, being fired at Israel from using GPS to target something. I have to see if I can find reports of GPS disruptions. Let me thank our moderators real quick. I really appreciate our moderators being here right now. We have Cerrero, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev are all moderating on Twitch. Thank you so much. I want to thank our Facebook moderators too. Real quick. Sorry. Linda Belk and Larry are moderating for us on X, by the way. I really appreciate them. Over there on Facebook, thank you so much to Margaret Riley and Ava Knight, Valerie Gale Griffin, and all of our other moderators over there. In case I'm missing any of them. Paul Anderson, thank you, Paul. And our YouTube moderators, Ruth Krafasi, Cynthia Moon, and all of our other moderators. Really appreciate all of your efforts. The Times of Israel says Israel is, according to Channel 12, Israel is not interested in escalation leading to a war in Lebanon. I am seeing reports that flights are were supposed to resume in Tel Aviv, Ben Gurion Airport, starting at 7 a.m. 7:17 right now. Oh, hold on a second here. The Prime Minister's Office of Israel says that the Security Cabinet in Israel is meeting now. That they began meeting, the Prime Minister convened the Security Cabinet in Israel starting at 7 a.m., which was 18 minutes ago. So that is happening. A quick thanks also to Andrew Krause and Katya T for your support, and Jay Wright, and Sandra General, and Jaspooky and Chaotic Chickens, and Psyops. This is interesting. This is from Anshel Pfeffer, who is with The Economist. So The Economist's Anshel Pfeffer writes, I guess he's with Haaretz as well, The Economist and Haaretz. So Anshel Pfeffer says, hard to see how Hezbollah ends this round without at least one signature long-range missile launched toward Tel Aviv, but they may prefer to wait again, as they waited for nearly 4 weeks already. He says keeping Israel on edge works for them. So yeah, I'm not aware that that there were any missiles launched at all in Israel. This, as far as I've been hearing, it's rockets. And you know, the big response, presumably, to the Israel's assassination of the top Hezbollah commander would have included missiles. The New York Times is claiming that Hezbollah was getting ready to fire missiles in the Tel Aviv direction at 5 a.m. and that Israel shot the launchers out. Is that true? I don't know. But I'm not aware of any missiles that have been launched so far at Israel. Just rockets. Oh, guys, here's an update. Really quick, the IDF posted a new statement in Hebrew, but I did a translation of it. So I think we might have heard, I think this is what was said in their press conference like a half hour ago, but the IDF spokesperson says dozens of Air Force planes are attacking targets in various areas of southern Lebanon. The air defense systems, Navy ships, and Air Force planes are on the mission of protecting the country's skies, identifying and intercepting threats, and attacking everywhere in Lebanon where it is required in order to remove threats and harm Hezbollah. So that's a statement they just posted on their social media 7 minutes ago. So Israel is saying that they're still launching attacks on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon where they see a threat. I have a video of a rocket fired from Lebanon that hit a chicken coop in the western Galilee. I will post that from Manny Fabian. I will post that in the chat right now. And I'll post another video of a rocket that Aviva Klampus posted a video of a rocket that supposedly hit a home in the Israeli city of Acre. I don't know if these videos, yeah, they're coming through, so. Oh, hold on a second here. So it is 7:22 a.m. in Israel. Oh, Jim Shudo says flights have begun again in Tel Aviv. Is that true? Let's see. I'm looking. So according to Flight Radar 24, flights have not started taking off yet from Tel Aviv Ben Gurion Airport, but there's, oh, did one take off? Hold on. No, they're supposed to start soon. And in terms of arrivals, have any flights arrived the last few minutes? No. So I just checked on Flight Radar 24. And there's a lot of flights that are supposed to start arriving and departing Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv shortly, but that has not happened yet. So I will keep an eye on it and let you know. By the way, it is technically on the northern outskirts of the city of Lod. It's near Tel Aviv, to the southeast of Tel Aviv, not in Tel Aviv, that Ben Gurion airport. Khan News is reporting via Elint News. Khan News is reporting Hezbollah's attack was aimed at strategic facilities in the center of the country, blocking a significant attack. The continuation of the escalation depends on Hezbollah. So, again, we don't know. Israel says they saw that Hezbollah was ready to launch rockets and missiles at Israel, and they launched a bunch of airstrikes to take these things out and prevent the attack. How successful was that prevention? What was the attack supposed to be, if it was indeed going to be an attack? How much has Israel damaged Hezbollah's capacity to attack it? What's Hezbollah going to do in response? Let's see here. Okay, so I'm gonna mention a report. Sorry, what is this? Yeah. Khan News in Israel claims that the Hezbollah attack was aimed at strategic installations in the center of the country, and that Israel stopped a significant attack. That's a claim from Khan News in Israel. Um, 12 News Israel, N12 News Israel is saying that hundreds of Hezbollah targets have been attacked by the Israeli Air Force this morning. Okay? Hundreds. They also report, 12 News Israel says Hezbollah's attack was aimed at strategic facilities in the center of the country, same as the other outlet. An Israeli official said, according to 12 News, this is not an attack to start a war, but to remove a serious threat to millions of Israeli citizens. The continuation of the escalation depends on Hezbollah's action. And as I mentioned, the New York Times claims that they heard from a Western security official that Hezbollah was getting ready to launch missiles at Tel Aviv at 5 a.m. And the Western official told the New York Times that Israel destroyed all the launchers. Is that true? I don't know. So, to repeat, well, not to repeat, but if you missed it earlier, the first part when we came on the air, there were a lot of rocket alerts. We were seeing interceptors go up on camera. We were hearing a lot of booms in the sky. We were hearing other booms. The booms were going on for a while. Sounded like some of them at least were interceptions. Some of it sounded like maybe artillery. It was hard to tell. Things are pretty quiet right at the moment. We're not seeing rocket alerts. I'm not hearing about rocket alerts. I'm not hearing about booms. or hearing booms myself. So for the moment, things are much more calm than they were, I don't know, an hour and a half ago. Maybe I can actually take some comments and questions from you guys. Let me just check some of the other reporting out there too and see if there's anything I'm missing here. And as I mentioned, Hezbollah claims that the rockets it launched at Israel after the Israeli preemptive strikes, Hezbollah claims that was the first stage of its revenge response, in revenge for Israel's killing of Hezbollah top commander Fuad Shukr on July 30th. Hezbollah claimed their first stage was a complete success and claimed that they hit a bunch of Israeli targets, but there's no evidence that any significant Israeli target was hit. There's been some reports of damage I showed a photo that showed damage purportedly to an apartment or a house, a chicken coop, I believe. I posted a video posted by Manny Fabian of damage to that. Is that what I posted in the chat, I think? But I have not heard of any kind of Israeli military target. Being hit or any kind of like severe damage or injuries at this point. Smoking Lo-Fi says, Iran about to say hi. Again, Hezbollah said it has completed the first phase of its response to Israel's killing of the group's top commander. In its statement, Hezbollah did not mention Israel's preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah. Hezbollah claimed it hit 11 Israeli military sites and fired more than 320 rockets and sent drones. There's no confirmation that they actually hit any sites. Thanks, Sami Hussein, for your support, and Tilly Riley for your support. How are things at Tel Aviv at the airport there? Is anything departing from there? I am checking on Flight Radar 24, and nothing appears to have taken off from Ben Gurion Airport outside of Tel Aviv since, a few hours ago. So there were reports that it had opened back up, but I have not seen anything. I just checked on Flight Radar 24, and nothing has, like in the last, since 7 a.m. when it was supposedly opening up again, nothing has taken off or landed there. Adi Chevris says no movement at the airport. Yeah, I just checked, and I'm not seeing on Flight Radar any mention of any flights taking off or landing. There's a bunch scheduled. Yeah, some of our viewers mentioned this. There's a U.S. Navy plane near Israel right now. But I mean, this could. I wouldn't be surprised if this happens all the time. See, it says you on the top. Oh, sorry, you can't see what I'm looking at right now. Hold on. Let me just really quick get this so you can see what I'm looking at. But see this plane right here on Flight Radar 24? It says U.S. Navy. But, I mean, I would think that often there are U.S. Navy planes in the area, especially now that the U.S. has moved more assets to the region. So I'm not reading much into this one plane being, you know, off the coast of Israel or Israel and Lebanon. I don't know what it could be. I don't know what normally the planes are like and what planes are in the air there. So I'm not going to read too much into that. I'll wait. I follow a bunch of people who really know the flight radar stuff well. If they think there's big significance to it, they'll certainly mention it. Oh, it's an MQ-4C. Some of our viewers were mentioning this. That is a drone. It's a drone. As our chat mentioned, that is it's this drone. It's that kind of drone. It's a high-altitude, long-endurance, unmanned aerial vehicle developed and flown by the U.S. Navy and Australian Air Force. Royal Australian Air Force is a surveillance aircraft. That's what it is. Wikipedia, MQ-4C Triton, right? So if you go back to flight radar, as our chat mentioned, it says right there, MQ-4C Triton. So it's a drone. A good catch by our chat. Anyways. There is a rocket alert now. I have not gotten one on my phone. Oh yeah, I just saw a new rocket alert. New rocket alert, guys. New rocket alert. Hold on. More rocket alerts. I'm getting rocket alerts on my phone. There are rocket alerts right now. There are rocket alerts right now. These are in north central Israel, I believe, near the Lebanon border. We'll see if we hear anything on these cameras. These current alerts are, hang on. They're in northern Israel. North central Israel. Hang on a moment here. Sorry. Thanks for your patience. just a couple of those latest alerts. Again, north central Israel. Not a huge number of alerts, several of them. I think 4 of them. Oh, Elint News reposted a report from Doron Kodosh. Doron Kodosh is a news reporter in Israel with GLZ Radio, okay? So, Elint News, who I follow, caught this report from Doron Kodosh, who is an Israeli reporter. So Doron Kodosh said, Doron Kodosh, who's an Israeli reporter, said, Israeli security officials told the IDF, I don't know what that means. This is a translation. Hezbollah planned to launch an attack of hundreds of rockets and missiles toward the center of the country at 5 a.m. About a half hour earlier, around 4:30 a.m., the Air Force's preemptive strike began, which included about 100 fighter jets that thwarted the threat within minutes and prevented the broad attack into the country's territory. More than 200 targets were attacked in a short time in southern Lebanon. In the security establishment, they say the launches carried out by Hezbollah after that were improvised and imprecise. So the reporting we're hearing is that Israel launched hundreds of strikes a couple hours ago-ish because Israel said that they saw Hezbollah getting ready to launch an attack with rockets and missiles on Israel, and Israel carried out strikes with airplanes on these targets. Reporting suggests there were hundreds of strikes that prevented an attack, and then after that, Hezbollah started launching rockets at Israel from Lebanon, but kind of haphazard, not aware that it was kind of a steady stream of rockets, but I'm not aware that it wasn't like an enormous amount all at once, relatively speaking, that would be intended. That would be. It wasn't an amount that would have a good chance of overwhelming the Iron Dome system, for example. And as far as I'm aware, they didn't hit any significant targets. And I haven't even heard of any injuries reported from those rocket attacks. But then Hezbollah came out with a statement and said, our first phase of our response to Israel's assassinating our commander on July 30th is now complete. And they called their first phase of their response a complete success and claimed they hit all these military targets in Israel, which apparently didn't appear to have actually happened. They said they fired over 300 rockets. Thank you, Evie1973 and Quacklin and Sami Hussein. Quacklin thinks the drone that's flying off the coast of Israel and Lebanon, the U.S. drone, could help give damage assessment to IDF on how successful their preemptive strikes were. I'm going to post a link to a video that Joe Truzman posted in the chat right now. I'm posting some stuff in the chat. There's video that supposedly shows Israel shooting down a drone, a Hezbollah drone. But I mean, that happens pretty regularly. It's not like that it's not like to this morning is the only time Hezbollah has fired rockets and drones at Israel, but there were a lot of, I would say it was more than the usual rocket fire after the Israeli strikes. Glasser says, who do we think will retaliate, Hezbollah, Iran, or both? I don't know. I mean, will Hezbollah just kind of say, okay, well, we've had Hezbollah says that they have more response coming. Was Hezbollah surprised by the Israeli preemptive strikes? Is Hezbollah thinking like, wow, we're not going to be able to launch a big attack on Israel because if we try it again, they're just going to shoot all of our launchers and stuff. Maybe Hezbollah thought Israel would never launch preemptive strikes on them. I don't know. Yeah, just putting in some eardrops. I mean, some eye drops. I'm sorry. New statement from the IDF. New statement from the IDF. I don't know if this is new. Because we heard them say something like this like a half hour or an hour ago. Anyways, here is the IDF statement. I think, yes. So what the IDF has released a translation of their press briefing, which happened about an hour ago. That's what they did. So about an hour ago, the IDF said, in the past hour, we identified extensive preparation by the Hezbollah terrorist organization to fire toward the Israeli home front. After extensive identification, no, this, I don't even know this from an hour ago. This sounds like it's from even earlier. This sounds like, I don't know. Anyways, this is from a press conference that happened a little earlier today. They said, in the past hour, we identified extensive preparation by the Hezbollah terrorist organization to fire toward the Israeli home front. After extensive identification, the IAF and Northern Command began proactively and broadly striking Hezbollah targets in order to remove the threats aimed at the citizens of Israel. We are removing these threats against the Israeli home front. Dozens of Israeli jets are currently striking targets in various locations in southern Lebanon. We are continuing to remove threats and to intensively strike against the Hezbollah terrorist organization. Hezbollah is launching rockets and UAVs toward Israeli territory. Our aerial defense systems, the Israeli Navy ships, and IAF planes are taking part in the mission of defending Israeli skies, identifying and intercepting threats, and striking any place in Lebanon that is required in order to remove threats and hit Hezbollah. We said we would do whatever it takes to protect the citizens of the State of Israel, and this is what we meant. The Chief of the General Staff is commanding the activity from the Underground Operations Center, both from the offensive and defensive aspects. And they also said at this time, the IDF is identifying, intercepting, and striking wherever necessary to remove threats and strike Hezbollah. We have already intercepted several rockets and drones that were approaching Israeli territory. We warn Lebanese civilians in southern Lebanon. We have identified that Hezbollah is firing extensively into Israeli territory near your homes. You are in danger. We are targeting and removing Hezbollah's threats. The IDF is doing and will continue to do everything necessary to protect the citizens of the State of Israel. That's a bunch of the statement. I didn't read the whole statement, but they just released that, but that was a translation of a press conference that they held earlier this morning. So there might be ongoing strikes in southern Lebanon right now. I can't tell you that. Israel says they're going to keep attacking targets if they see Hezbollah in southern Lebanon getting ready to attack Israel. You know, the things you'd really like to know, what was Hezbollah planning, right? Which we don't know for sure. We've heard some reports about it. How big an attack were they planning? How much was their attack thwarted by Israeli preemptive strikes? And not only how much was it thwarted tonight, but how much will it be thwarted in the future by Israeli preemptive strikes? Is it possible that Hezbollah really did set up a big attack on Israel, and they were just assuming that Israel would not preemptively attack them, and then Israel just flew, over like 100 planes in there and just took out all the launch sites? Maybe that's what happened. Adir, our viewer, thinks Hezbollah is probably pretty surprised right now. Samurai Conscious says it would make Hezbollah look pretty inept if that were true. Our viewer and member Aerial Framework says Israel preemptively attacking was not on my bingo. Oh, do I have... No. Sometimes I get a live view of Beirut, Lebanon, but I don't have that live view at the moment. I can switch to this one here. Just Watching says Hezbollah should not call their strike on Israel a success. They said it was a complete success. Again, not aware that any rockets hit any important targets or caused any injuries even. I'll post some more photos of a drone apparently being shot down over Israel. And again, that's not something that only happened this morning. Israel regularly shoots down drones that Hezbollah fires into Israel. So, I mean, I don't know. Is it going to be quiet the rest of the day there? Don't know. Hey, is anything taking off from Ben Gurion Airport? It's interesting. As far as I can tell, we're still not seeing air traffic at Israel's main international airport, Ben Gurion Airport near Tel Aviv. For several hours now, there have not been planes going in and out of there. Supposedly activity's going to start there again, but I'm not seeing planes go in or out of there on the flight radar 24. Nothing. Thank you, Jonathan Galanti. Jonathan says, looks like the IDF embarrassed Hezbollah this morning. Emily Brooks says it looks like a normal day in Israel right now. Now, there are some parts of Israel, including in northern Israel, where they're under additional security instructions or safety instructions. Hey guys, Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says, the Hezbollah terror group, according to the Israeli Defense Forces, the Hezbollah terror group intended to launch projectiles at central Israel this morning. The Israeli military says it foiled the attack during their preemptive airstrikes in southern Lebanon. The majority of the Hezbollah rocket launchers struck by the Israeli Air Force this morning were aimed at northern Israel, according to the IDF. In all, thousands of Hezbollah rocket launchers were struck simultaneously by some 100 IAF fighter jets in the preemptive attacks. This is according to the Israeli military. N12 News N12 News Israel is claiming that Hezbollah planned to fire about 6,000 rockets and drones at Israel. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. N12 News just posted that. Okay, N12 News Israel is reporting that they even have a story, or is it just a headline? I'm looking at a headline on Israel's N12 News, and it says, Hezbollah planned to fire about 6,000 rockets and drones. Now that's not missiles. That's rockets and drones. The New York Times said that Hezbollah was planning to fire missiles at the Tel Aviv area, but maybe it wasn't missiles. Maybe it was rockets and drones. No, they did not fight. Actually, we've heard that they fired over 100 after the Israeli strikes. They did not fire thousands. I wonder if Israel will release some, footage of like, here, we took out this rocket launcher or drone when it was on the ground or something. Panda 3000 says no way to get any non-spun news out of the area from any side. Well, we do know, I think we can be pretty confident that there has not been a damaging attack by Hezbollah on Israel. Yeah, the IDF said on their social media that Hezbollah launched over 150 projectiles at Israel after the Israeli preemptive strikes. Joe Trusbit, who I follow for Middle Eastern stuff, says Israeli Army radio reports about 100 Israeli fighter jets preemptively struck more than 200 Hezbollah sites in southern Lebanon where rockets were prepared to fire at Israeli territory. For some perspective, back in April, Iran attacked Israel by firing, I think, around 170 drones and over 100 missiles. But Iran wasn't firing rockets. Missiles can do more damage, but also they're meant, I believe for missiles, they're larger, do more damage, but also meant for a greater distance. Rockets, so this might be kind of untechnical, but when Hamas and Hezbollah fire rockets, they're smaller, and it's a bigger deal if they're firing missiles than rockets. I don't know. Hex says missiles are guided, rockets aren't. I don't know about that. So I also don't know how these terms are being used. I see them used different ways. So now, I know there's a Wikipedia page about rockets which says, in military terminology, a rocket differs from a missile primarily by lacking an active guidance system. Okay. But also, generally speaking, I think it's true to say that, like, when Hamas or Hezbollah fires a rocket at Israel, that would tend to do less damage than a missile they would fire. Then Jesse James says they put GPS on rockets too. So, anyways. My point is, it is seen as a bigger deal. It is seen as a bigger deal if Hezbollah launches missiles rather than rockets. Also, I believe missiles can be much harder to shoot down. Well, they like the Iron Dome is for rockets. I believe, to shoot, is intended to shoot rockets down. Also, the trajectory will be very different for rockets and missiles. So, anyways, what I was trying to say is that, you know, a certain number of that rockets will be seen as more escalatory. Sorry, missiles will be seen as more escalatory than rockets. So 100 missiles would be seen as more of a serious attack than 100 rockets. Put it that way. So I'm just trying to talk about this because we're hearing, Hezbollah might have planned on launching thousands of rockets. Maybe that's true, maybe not. Anyways, I don't have a firm definition to give you on that stuff. I apologize for that, but just something to keep in mind when you hear about discussion of rockets versus missiles. Well, things are pretty quiet at the moment. I'm not hearing of rocket alerts at the moment. We know that Israel has launched a large number of preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah this morning after Israel says Hezbollah was getting ready to launch strikes at Israel. And then after Israel did that, Hezbollah launched a number of rockets, reportedly over 100. They say over 300 at Israel, but no serious damage or injuries reported from those, significant damage or injuries. And it looks like Israel may have thwarted some significant Hezbollah attack, but I can't confirm that. But did Hezbollah plan their big attack in response to Israel's assassination of the top Hezbollah commander? That assassination happened on July 30th. Did Hezbollah plan that for this morning? And was it completely thwarted by Israel sending up, as we're hearing, around 100 planes and just taking out hundreds of Hezbollah targets? Is that what has happened this morning? Maybe. How does this affect Hezbollah's plans for the future? Don't know. Did Hezbollah have a bunch of powerful missiles ready to go which were taken out by Israel? Or were there less powerful rockets, say, taken out? Don't know. A lot of unknowns. A lot of unknowns. Will the Israeli preemptive airstrike prevent Hezbollah from carrying out a strong response to Israel in the future? No idea? Hey, I actually have a shot of Beirut. I can show you guys a shot of Beirut, which is in Lebanon. I don't even know if that's really important to show you, because there's more likely to be something that happens in Haifa, Israel, than Beirut, Lebanon. But I do have access to a Beirut shot at the moment. I have access to a Tel Aviv shot, but there's nothing, nothing big going on there. There's Tel Aviv, Israel, right there. It would be quite provocative if Hezbollah were to launch an attack in the Tel Aviv area. Sometimes, once in a while, there are rockets fired by I believe Hezbollah or Hamas, both. Certainly from one of the two, you can have rockets once in a while fired toward the Tel Aviv area. That is a shot of Tel Aviv right now. But the stuff we were hearing this morning, when we were hearing and seeing stuff, it was from these shots of northern. Both of those shots are from the Israel-Lebanon border. Our viewer Glasser says, has Hezbollah just been underrating Israel this whole time? Hang on a moment. I might have something new for you guys. Give me a moment here. I may have something new. So Khan News' Elior Levy said something interesting. Khan News' Elior Levy says, I suggest taking the Israeli briefings on what Hezbollah planned to attack with a pound of salt and black pepper. The simultaneous launch of thousands of rockets to the north and the center has one meaning, a full-scale war. I don't think Hezbollah is at that point, says Elior Levy. Planning revenge, yes. Significant, definitely. One that will surely start a war here that will destroy Lebanon, don't think. That's an interesting comment from Elior Levy with 11 News, with Khan News Israel. Yosef Yisrael with News Israel 13 says, my interpretation in light of accurate intelligence about an intermediate attack on the Gush Dan bloc, Israel went for the trivial option, a limited and contained preemptive attack without harming the Lebanese rear, a cautious response that allows Hezbollah to contain and Israel to end the event. A not very encouraging message for the residents of the north. Interesting perspective from Yosef Israel, who's foreign correspondent and news anchor at News Israel 13. That's what he thinks. So you're hearing some different views about different people about what they think about all this. Again, we don't have it confirmed. How big of an attack was Hezbollah planning, if they were planning an attack? How much damage did Israel do to them? You know, I can't tell you this. I don't know. AJ says Hezbollah has long-range missiles not at the border. Thank you, Jay Liebgott, for your support. Thank you, Jay Liebgott. We are on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and X. Thank you also, Keith Barry, for your support. I appreciate that, Keith. Thank you. Also, that guy from Oregon, and Michael A., and Jan Erik Edvardsen. Thank you. The rows of white thingies on the roof's walls. You mean here? Maybe there might be solar panels. Maybe, I'm guessing. I don't know. The things on the walls, on the seal, on the tops of the buildings. Are these solar panels? I don't know. I don't know what they are. I'm just guessing that they might be solar panels. I'm not sure. I'm not from the region. Water heaters? One of our viewers said water tanks. A couple of our viewers are saying it has to do with the water. I don't know. I can't really see them here. Solar water heaters? It's solar-powered boiler. Yuri says it is solar-powered boilers popular in Israel. A bunch of our viewers are saying it's solar water boilers. I'm going to repost that thing I saw that person say. So, the IDF, this is what the IDF is claiming, okay? The IDF claims, they just posted this. The IDF claims about 100 fighter jets of the Air Force under the direction of the Northern Command and the Intelligence Division attacked and destroyed, they say, thousands of launch pads of the terrorist organization Hezbollah that were established and planted in the area of southern Lebanon. Most of them were directed towards the north and some towards the center of the country. Over 40 launch sites were attacked. It's a little confusing. Is launch pads the correct translation? Or do they mean rockets? It says launch pads. What's launch pad versus launch site? Eduardo R says launch pad could be like a truck. Rask says probably individual missile launchers, man pads. Again, you can run into issues with translations as well. So, but again, they are saying, the military, yeah. So Manny Fabian, who is from Times of Israel, he saw the same statement. He says, the IDF releases footage of airstrikes in southern Lebanon this morning, during which more than 100 fighter jets targeted thousands of Hezbollah rocket launchers, which were intended to be used in an attack on Israel. That's what Israel says. According to the military, most of the launchers were aimed at northern Israel and some at central Israel. So they actually posted footage here This is from the Israeli military. I'm showing it on the screen right now. But they say that this is footage of some of the airstrikes. Nuclear option believes launch pads are man-made structures like concrete intended to launch multiple rockets, missiles. Maybe that's the case. Again, I'm not sure how that's being used by the Israeli military. Oops, sorry. Anyways. Yeah, I want to read this again from Elior Levy. Con News analyst says, a Con News analyst, Elior Levy, writes, I suggest taking... Con News is an Israeli news outlet. He says, I suggest taking the Israeli briefings on what Hezbollah planned in the attack with a pound of salt and black pepper. The simultaneous launch of thousands of rockets to the north and the center of Israel has one meaning, a full-scale war. I don't think Hezbollah is at that point, he says. Planning revenge? Yes. Significant? Definitely. One that will surely start a war here that will destroy Lebanon? Don't think. So it's interesting. That's from Elior Levy with Con News Israel. So, the point is Israel says that Hezbollah was planning one thing. We don't know if that's true. And I think we can be pretty confident in saying that when Hezbollah says that their first phase of their revenge attack was a success and that they hit all these different Israeli sites, that just seems false. We haven't heard of any significant Israeli site getting hit by the rockets they fired. Our viewer Al Yatzian says Israel also has Iran to consider. That threat still hangs. Tony Almeida says nobody knows the true facts. So will that be it for the day? Things are pretty quiet at the moment, at least in Israel, from what we can tell. Guy Elster, who is with Walla News in Israel, he thinks that Hezbollah suffered a big blow tonight, while far from being defeated. So I don't know what's going to happen here. I think I'm going to ask a poll question. Do you think will Hezbollah launch a big response in the coming days? Yes or no? What do you think? Oh, the Haifa stream is gone, maybe. Let's switch to the Tel Aviv stream up there. We're going to switch to Tel Aviv on the top there. You'll see it pop up in a second, I think. Let me show you what after the we're putting the Tel Aviv stream up top there. There it is, right there. Let's see. Our YouTube viewers, you were asked, will Hezbollah launch a big response in the coming days? I know big is kind of vague, but hopefully we're sort of on the same page about what that might mean. In our YouTube chat, 57% of the people say Hezbollah will launch a big response in the coming days. 43% say no. And on Twitch, I have reported this to Twitch. Twitch is having this weird issue where I post a poll and then I cannot see the poll. I literally cannot see the poll on Twitch. I've posted it. I think you guys can see it. I cannot see it. I think the mods can't see it. Sarah the mod can't see it either. I think we can't see it. As strange as that is. No, it's not about refreshing the page. Normally it just pops up. Something's wrong with Twitch lately with the polls. I did report it to them. Viewers can see it. Viewers are saying. The mods and me cannot see it. So people are saying in our chat that on Twitch it is 32% yes and 68% no. So on Twitch, 32% yes, 68% no. On YouTube, 57% yes and 43% no. All right. Liam Baker says their big response just got destroyed. Well, was that their? I don't know. Was this their big response? Some analysts think, well, maybe this was rockets instead of missiles. Maybe this was designed to be. I just read you somebody who works for one of the Israeli television stations who thought that they were intending to do some kind of medium-sized thing or something. So we don't really know. Sami, thanks for your support. Sami claims that Israeli media outlets estimated that Hezbollah had prepared and ready to launch about 1,000 rockets and hundreds of drones deep into Israel as part of the second phase of its attack. Now, I haven't seen that report anywhere. I have not seen that report. Now, maybe you saw it somewhere, Sami. So that, I mean, I'm not saying you're lying. I just want to be clear that I've been looking at Israeli media outlets and I have not seen reports about the second phase of their attack. But I will certainly let you know if I see that. Thank you, Sami. Sami, I really appreciate your support. Sami Hussein, much appreciated. I mean, good. It could be true. It could be true that Hezbollah is planning on launching 1,000 rockets and hundreds of drones deep into Israel. That could be true. I don't know. Or maybe they were already planning that. For this. A lot of unknowns here. Thanks to David Solavi, too. David says Israeli reservists here again getting word from that the iron beam system was used en masse for the first time. Partly helps probability of Iron Dome being... Anyways, David believes the iron beam system was used to help shoot down rockets. That I have no idea. I know that is a system that has been in development in Israel to supplement the Iron Dome system. It works with, it's a directed energy weapon designed to destroy short-range rockets, artillery, and mortar bombs, says Wikipedia. I don't know that it's officially, I don't believe it's officially in use yet, though. An Israeli official said in January the iron beam will be implemented in the Iron Dome, and we believe it will be operational by the end of 2025. So according to Wikipedia, an Israeli official said in January, we believe it will be operational by the end of 2025. I have not heard any reports of iron beam being used, but what can I say? I don't know. Thanks to David Solavi. Also thanks to Ash P10 for your support. David, hold on a second here. Our viewer Yuri Serbin says just a rumor at this point. Oh, did the Prime Minister, did Netanyahu release a statement? We might have a statement from Netanyahu. Hang on a second here. I'm seeing a statement reported by that Netanyahu said. So Amikai Stein, who's with Khan News, said, I haven't seen the actual statement myself. Amikai Stein with Khan News said, Netanyahu says, this morning we detected Hezbollah's preparations to attack Israel. The IDF has since been working vigorously to thwart the threats. They destroyed thousands of rockets aimed at the north of the country and thwarted many other threats and operates with great power both in defense and attack. Yeah, preemptive is when you do something to prevent something, basically. So the idea of preemptive airstrikes are airstrikes on Hezbollah to prevent them from carrying out an attack they were about to do. Oh, Michael Horowitz, who I follow, says 215 rockets launched from Lebanon crossed into Israel since this morning. Hezbollah claimed it had launched more than 300. Joe Truzman, who I follow, says he believes that Hezbollah propaganda outlets will exaggerate the group's attack on Israel this morning with the rockets and minimize the IDF strikes in Lebanon. Does Hezbollah have missiles and rockets left? Oh, they have a huge amount of missiles and rockets. And I haven't even heard that any missiles were destroyed. There's been no confirmation that they were planning to launch missiles and that any missiles got destroyed. According to Wikipedia, estimates of Hezbollah's total rocket count range from 40,000 to 120,000. The IDF claims that Hezbollah has over 150,000 rockets and missiles. The IDF claims that Hezbollah has 400 long-range rockets and missiles, plus precision-guided missiles, hundreds of them, and around 5,000 mid-range rockets and 65,000 short-range rockets and 140,000 mortars. I'm reading from an IDF page about Hezbollah. Thanks to Pixel Panda, by the way, for your support. Looks like the Tel Aviv shot went away. I'll have to replace that with something else now. Oh, a plane is about to land at Tel Aviv. Hey guys, Tel Aviv, Ben Gurion Airport. I'm looking at Flight Radar 24, and it looks like that plane is about to land at Tel Aviv Airport, or Ben Gurion Airport near Tel Aviv. This one here. Or is it? Wait, what am I looking at? Now I'm confused. This says it left from Tel Aviv. Oh, now I'm confused. It says it. No, this place took off. It took off from Tel Aviv, actually. See, it says Tel Aviv. It took off at 7:51. This plane is supposed to land at Tel Aviv. What's up with this one? Are we? I don't know what to make of this one. This seems strange. I think this actually took off. The black dotted line is estimated, so I believe this plane did actually take off from Tel Aviv at 7:51 a.m. From Ben Gurion. Let's look. Tel Aviv Airport. Departures. Flight radar 24. Load earlier flights. See, none of them say they took off yet, though. They're all like scheduled and estimated. So I don't know if that actually took off from. It's confusing. See, none of them say departed. None of the recent flights say departed from there. So I don't know if anything is actually departed from there. Because none of it says departed. And then I'm looking at arrivals. Let's see if anything has arrived in the last hour or two. Yeah, diverted, unknown. So I am not seeing evidence yet that Tel Aviv Ben Gurion Airport actually. There were reports about an hour ago that it had reopened at 7 a.m. I'm not seeing evidence of that right now on Flight Radar 24. Oh, hold on a second. Sylvia says, cannot imagine they keep airport open while rockets fly around. Again, there were a number of reporters and outlets that were claiming that it had opened back up, but I just don't see, there's not evidence on Flight Radar 24 that planes have started taking off and landing. I have I'm going to put the Haifa. I'll put the Haifa cam back on. Haifa, Israel. I'll put that up on the top there. Thanks to Maxim Cote from Canada for your support. So in case you missed it, reportedly around shortly before 5 a.m. Israel time, Israel launched preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah. Israel says that they detected that Hezbollah was prepared to launch projectiles. I think they said missiles and rockets initially. Missiles and rockets was initially said. Then I think they later said that they destroyed rocket launchers and stuff. Anyways, they said that Hezbollah was preparing to launch some sort of strike on Israel, major strike, and to prevent that, Israel said it set up, I think, around 100 planes and hit hundreds or maybe even thousands of targets in southern Lebanon, in Hezbollah targets, and prevented this attack. And then after that, Hezbollah launched what appears to be about a couple hundred rockets at Israel. We have not heard of any kind of casualties in Israel or any kind of significant targets getting hit. So then Hezbollah claimed that this was the first wave of their response to the assassination of their commander by Israel a few weeks ago. And they claimed that this first phase of their response was completely successful, even though it seems like it didn't really hit anything significant. And they say that more of their response is coming. Hezbollah did not comment on Israel's preemptive strikes on them. But we didn't, when we came on the air, these rockets were coming in and interceptors were going up and we were hearing booms, and we didn't know where this was all going. We didn't know, is Hezbollah going to have some huge response? But I wouldn't call it a huge response at this point. Junes has heard that Ben Gurion, there's flights canceled till 10 a.m. Let me see if I can get that for information for you. It's Haifa up there. Haifa. Emily. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm trying to find reliable information about Ben Gurion Airport. They temporarily had suspended operations. And I have not seen any evidence that flights are taking off or landing there at the moment. What's this? Hey guys, I am seeing this. Hold on, I'm seeing something on the flight radar. I am seeing this plane on flight radar, which is supposed to depart from Tel Aviv, and I am seeing it at least there at the airport there. Okay, there's that one, for whatever that's worth. There's this plane, which I don't know if that's confusing, that one. Anyways, I don't know what's going on there. Doesn't look like it's a lot of activity right now. Oh, I'm sorry. One of our viewers said, yes, this plane here, it's not, this plane here, this yellow one, no, right there. No, altitude 0 feet. So that's on the ground at the airport. I don't know what to make of that one. Anyways. Sorry, I don't have reliable information about the airport. So the New York Times says flights resumed at Ben Gurion Airport at 7 a.m. local time, the Israeli military said. But again, according to Flight Radar, the flights haven't resumed. So again, Israel's military said that they used more than 100 fighter jets and targeted thousands of Hezbollah rocket launchers, which were going to be used to attack Israel this morning.
צה"ל לפעול באופן יזום.
Sorry. I'm just checking some of the messages people have sent me. One of our viewers, Shoei, mentioned a NOTAM. I should be able to look this up. Anyways, I'm sorry I don't have more reliable information about the airport for you. I'm checking a lot of different sources just to see if I can get you anything new. Oh, let me show you this, if I can find this. It's tough to get great info on what exactly happened, you know, on the specifics. We have Israel saying this is what happened, but oh, by the way, Barak Ravid says, Israeli official says, despite the escalation with Lebanon, the negotiation summit in Cairo regarding the Gaza hostage deal will take place today as planned. So the ceasefire negotiations are still going on. Oh, here, by the way, is, yes, here is the statement from the Prime Minister, from the Israeli Prime Minister's account right here. I did a translation of it. Prime Minister Netanyahu says, this morning we detected Hezbollah preparations to attack Israel. In consultation with the Minister of Defense and the Chief of Staff, we instructed the IDF to act proactively to remove the threat. The IDF has since been working vigorously to thwart the threats. We destroyed thousands of rockets aimed at the north of Israel, and also thwarted many other threats and operate with great power, both in defense and attack. Richard Brennan says, fog of war. Tim writes, it almost seems like the IDF thwarted their attack just in the nick of time, but Hezbollah released media a statement as if they went ahead anyhow, perhaps partially knowing their attack was thwarted and for propaganda reasons. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of strange that eventually Hezbollah released a statement saying they had launched the first phase of their revenge attack for the Israeli assassination of several weeks ago of one of their commander. They claimed it was a success. They claimed they hit a bunch of targets, which it seems like they actually didn't hit. So I don't know, but they also said they launched over 300 rockets in their statement. That would not be a very big attack. So I have a hard time believing that the original attack plan was for 300 rockets. Yeah, in the statement where they claimed that this response was a success, that their attack was a success, Hezbollah, they said they launched over 300 rockets. I can't imagine the original plan was to launch 300 rockets at Israel. That would not be considered that big an attack. But maybe, again, I certainly think it's possible that they are trying to put a positive spin on things, as some have supposed. I have no updates on possible Iranian retaliation. Jay Loons is wondering if you have aircraft not using transponders, civilian aircraft, is that allowed that they wouldn't use transponders? I don't know that would be allowed. I mean, again, if you check Flight Radar 24, it suggests that planes are not yet leaving or are not yet departing or arriving at Ben Gurion Airport. No, I mean, Jason Anderson says, Steve, 300 rockets is a big attack if you are a civilian living in the target area. Right. So I'm hoping that people understand when I say big attack. The big attack is a relative term. So obviously there are some cases in which, for some people in some circumstances, 300 rockets would be a big attack. Hopefully the viewers understood that when I said 300 rockets would not be that big of an attack, it's in the context of if you're going to do a retaliatory strike that you promised to do for Israel's assassinating your top commander. That was the context in which I was saying it. And hopefully people got that. Well, I don't know if we're, for all I know, it'd be great if this was the case. For all I know, the rest of the day will just be a quiet day in Israel. And maybe at some point, I mean, Hezbollah has said, they said in a statement a couple hours ago that that only the first phase of their revenge attack against Israel has taken place, and that there's going to be more of it. So it seems like at some point they're going to do something, but will they just like launch a couple dozen rockets and say, that's our second phase or something? I have no idea. Also, maybe Iran does some sort of attack and Hezbollah is involved in that. I'm sorry to keep saying I don't know, but there's so much we don't know. Jack Horicon thinks after today's preemptive shock and awe, Israeli style, Iran will not conduct their own retaliation action. It's an interesting point Jack makes. Thanks, Jack, for your support. Is by doing this preemptive strike today, is Israel also sending a message to Iran saying, hey, Iran, if you try something like you did in April with, sending over 100 drones and 100 missiles at us, we're going to do this to you too. Because Israel didn't do this in April. There was no preemptive strike on Iran in April. So is this now a new thing for Israel? Are we going to see more preemptive strikes in coming months and years on, say, Hezbollah and Iran? DPFX says certainly. I mean, I do think it's a big deal. I'm surprised they did a preemptive strike. I've said this before because I thought that an Israeli preemptive strike would be seen as would have a risk of escalating things. So we'll have to see how Hezbollah and Iran respond. Remember, I've heard analysts say that Iran will want to respond to Israel's assassinations of the top Hezbollah commander and the Hamas leader in Tehran, and the Hezbollah commander in the suburbs of Beirut. I've heard a number of analysts say that Iran is not going to want to seem weak. Well, given that Hezbollah is an Iranian-supported proxy group, Hezbollah does not certainly, the events of this morning do not make Hezbollah seem strong, and do not make it seem like a big threat to Israel, even though they have this huge missile arsenal and rocket arsenal that they could launch if they want to. But, if the point of responding to Israel, part of it is to establish some deterrence, the events of this morning do not help Iran and Hezbollah establish deterrence over Israel. Because it appears that Hezbollah planned some sort of attack, some significant attack, and Israel just went out and conducted these airstrikes with impunity. So if Hezbollah and Iran think they need to establish deterrence, that certainly has not been helped by the actions of the last several hours. Thank you, Mr. Blanks, a lot. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And, remember, for Iran, Hezbollah is seen as as doing Iran's bidding. Hezbollah itself is an Iranian deterrent. The idea is that if you mess with Iran, they might have Hezbollah do something to you. So if Hezbollah looks weak, that makes Iran look weak. Thank you again, Mr. Blanks-a-lot. I really appreciate all your support for the channel, Mr. Blanks-a-lot. Thank you. But, another question here is was this some sort of failure of Hezbollah intelligence? Did Hezbollah just assume, there's no way Israel will launch a preemptive strike, so let's just set up let's set up hundreds or thousands of rocket launchers and get ready for this big attack? Was the possibility of Israel doing this on Hezbollah's radar? In the Hezbollah meeting rooms right now, are they yelling at people saying like, how could you not see this coming? Why did we bother setting up all this stuff when they were just going to shoot it? They were just going to destroy it? I don't know what they're talking about at Hezbollah right now. But I'm wondering, maybe they just assumed Israel would never do this. Sinan says successful Israeli intelligence. Lulu says, I think the lack of reprisals from Hezbollah so far is concerning. Are they planning something bigger than we all anticipated? By the way, shout out again to our moderators who have been here. I really appreciate it. Havasu Mom, Ruth Krafasi on YouTube. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over on Twitch, moderators like Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC McRitches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. And on Facebook, we have had moderators like Ava Knight and Margaret Riley and Paul Anderson, Christina Neal, Valerie Gail Griffin, thank you. This channel, by the way, is Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. I don't know when big news is going to happen. Like tonight, I had to rush on the air to just cover this when we heard about it. So subscribe, follow if you'd like. And also, we actually have a notification system that we've set up through Discord where you sign up, it's free, and then you get sent a notification whenever we go live. It works really well. So if you want to sign up for the channel notifications, the mods will post a link to that in the chat. And you can also find that link to the notifications in the description on Facebook and YouTube of this video. And also I owe a thank you to MG and Denise Horton and Mr. Blanksalot. Thank you. MG says maybe it's a probing attack. You mean the Hezbollah attack of a couple hundred rockets after the Israeli airstrikes? I don't know. Was there a big purpose to it, or was it sort of like, well, we got to do something now? You know what I'm interested in seeing? Maybe in a day or so, or maybe later today, the Institute for the Study of War, which is a site I really like a lot at understandingwar.org. They post military analysis. So I wonder what they will say. And other experts will say, how will people who know about military stuff look at the events this morning? Are they going to say like, wow, Hezbollah did not see this coming? This really hurt Hezbollah's capacity to attack Israel. They're not going to try something like this again? Or are they not going to say that? Might they say, oh, this was just some rockets. Hezbollah didn't get any missiles destroyed by Israel. They could try something big. By the way, for whatever it's worth, there is a plane that is coming in that's supposed to land. It's now the fourth most tracked plane on Flight Radar 24. It's a plane that's flying from Athens to Tel Aviv. It's supposed to land at Ben Gurion Airport, which has been shut down for several hours. I don't know the exact state of the airport right now, but nothing seems to be taking off or coming in there. But this plane is supposed to land there in, what time is it right now there? About half an hour. It's supposed to land in a half an hour at the airport. So have to see what happens with that. Doesn't seem to be diverting at the moment. A lot of people tracking that plane. This is a U.S. drone, by the way. This is a U.S. Navy drone flying up and down off the coast of Israel and Lebanon here from Flight Radar 24. Yeah, I have a filter on. We're only seeing flights relating to Tel Aviv to Ben Gurion Airport right now on the Flight Radar. FlightRadar24.com. You can check that out there. FlightRadar24.com. Hey, thanks so much to Avi Gable. Avi says, I agree with you, from Israel, I agree with you about the 300 or so rockets, maybe even a couple hundred rockets, being a small retaliation. Talking of preemptive strikes, let's not forget the 6-day war, says Avi Gable. Thank you, Avi, for writing in and for your support. Also, thank you, very generous of you, Mr. Blanksalot. That's so nice of you, Mr. Blanksalot. Thanks for all your support. Oh, new rocket alert, new rocket alert, new rocket alert. I just got a rocket alert on my phone right now. New rocket alert. So we will check. Hold on. We have 2 shots of the Lebanon-Israel border. So there is a new rocket alert. Oh, I'm sorry. The new rocket alert is not here. It's near Gaza. The new rocket alert is near Gaza. I don't have a camera where this new rocket alert is. It's actually near the southern part of Gaza, in Kerem Shalom. So this, presumably, maybe it's a Hamas-fired rocket from Gaza. I'll show you on a map what I'm talking about here. But it is not a rocket alert in northern Israel. So let me just show you on a map what I'm talking about here, if I can do this. Okay, this is Google Maps. Here. So the rocket alert is in Kerem Shalom. Kerem Shalom is down here. Lebanon is up here. Northern Israel is here. Gaza is all the way down here. And this rocket alert is right near Gaza, but, you know, in southern Gaza. So that's not going to be something that we see on the northern Israel cameras. It's also not even going to, I have a Gaza camera, but it's from up here. It's near State Road. So we won't even see anything there. So just one alert right now down here. Kerem Shalom near Gaza. Who is shooting that rocket? Well, it might be a false alarm. If it's not a false alarm, it could be somebody from Hamas shooting it inside Gaza. Yeah, IDF says sirens sounded in Kerem Shalom, a community near the Gaza Strip. Oh, I think I might have a statement, updated statement from the IDF for you. By the way, the IDF posted in English. They posted in English about their preemptive strikes. Approximately 100 Israeli fighter jets struck and eliminated thousands of Hezbollah rocket launcher barrels. Rocket launcher barrels aimed for immediate fire toward northern and central Israel. More than 40 Hezbollah launch areas were struck. We will do whatever is needed to defend our civilians in the state of Israel. I have to switch my headphones, by the way, because my headphones, the battery died. So you might see everything pause for 2 seconds. We might pause for 2 seconds as I take my headphones out. Let's see what happens here. Give it a second. If you see it pause. Hang on, I'm coming back. You can see me now. There I am. And now I got to put my new headphones in. Let me do that. Backup AirPods. Okay, we're good to go. Is it working? I don't know if I'm getting sound. I am getting sound now. So again, Israel is claiming that that Hezbollah was going to launch thousands of rockets at Israel this morning. Maybe they were going to. Oh, I'm sorry. So, Hang on, I'm confused here. Hold on. Our viewer AC says it looks like from Ben Gurion Airport website that departures are delayed till 10 a.m. at least. Why can't I get this? Hold on. Oh, Moshe Schwartz found a statement from El Al Airline. That's a good idea. Yes. So Moshe Schwartz spotted this. Hat tip to Moshe. So El Al, Israel's national airline, posted like an hour and a half ago. Israel's national airline said, with the resumption of Ben Gurion Airport's operations, El Al is resuming its flight schedule after making necessary adjustments. El Al flights were temporarily diverted to alternate airports. They will be El Al flights that were temporarily diverted to other alternate airports will be returning to Ben Gurion. We are working to adjust the flight schedule as soon as possible. Is there a new statement from Hezbollah? Hold on. A new statement from Hezbollah, guys. A new statement from Hezbollah. Hezbollah says our military operation for today has been completed. Okay? Listen to this. This is from Hezbollah. I have the statement in front of me. I'm going to show you the statement right now. I have it from their Telegram account. Let's look at the Hezbollah statement, guys. It says, statement issued by the Islamic resistance in Lebanon, we are among the criminals to take revenge. With the help of God Almighty, all offensive launches, I think that means, were launched, or rockets, all offensive rockets were launched at their designated times and from all their positions and crossed the Lebanese-Palestinian border towards the desired target and from multiple paths. Thus, our military operation for today has been completed. Thanks to God Almighty, the enemy's claims about the preemptive action it carried out, the targets it achieved, and its disruption of the resistance attack are empty claims and contradict the facts on the ground, and they will be refuted in a speech by Hassan Nasrallah to be determined later today. So I guess Nasrallah is going to give a speech, the leader of Hezbollah. So they say the stuff that the Israel says about the preemptive strikes is false. Okay? All right. So anyways, I got to post that right now. I got to post that. New statement from Hezbollah. It says, our military operation for today has been completed. And it also says that the enemy's claims about the preemptive action it carried out says Israel's claims about preemptive strikes are false. Also says a speech is coming from Hezbollah leader Nasrallah. Okay, well, there you go. So Hezbollah says the military operation for their military operation for today is completed. Yes, I had used a translation a translator to translate. But again, they literally said in their statement, the enemy's claims about the preemptive action it carried out, the targets it's achieved, and its disruption of the resistance attack are empty claims and contradict the facts on the ground. By the way, this is the first that Hezbollah has commented on the preemptive strikes. So they say that the Israeli claims are false and that the claims will be refuted in a speech by Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, to be determined later today. I don't know if that means the speech is going to be today or if they're going to say more today about when the speech is going to be. Well, thank you, Mr. Poops a lot. That's very generous of you. I really appreciate your support. Thank you. The picture in the thumbnail of the broadcast is the Daniel Hagari, who is the spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces. That screen grab is from the initial announcement he made of the preemptive airstrikes. Oh, I said. By the way, I normally don't say Mr. Blanks-a-lot's names, but I think my brain is so tired from the streaming, or just from the hours we've been on the air, that I might have just said the name. Well, you got me to say it. Sorry, I normally don't say it. I wasn't even thinking. You got me. Anyways, it is very interesting that Hezbollah just came out with a statement about 20 minutes ago, and they claim that Israel's claims about preemptive action are false. They literally said the enemy's claims about the preemptive action it carried out, the targets it achieved, and its disruption of the resistance attack are empty claims and contradict the facts on the ground. And they said, quote, "Our military operation for today has been completed." Okay? Thank you, Mr. Blanks-a-lot. Again, I appreciate that. Evie says, "And you believe what they say?" Come on, man. I didn't say I believe anything. Although, I would not be surprised if they really don't launch another. There might be some rockets from Lebanon today. I would not be surprised if we don't see a big strike by Hezbollah today. I mean, presumably they were surprised at these sizable preemptive strikes by Israel, and they need to figure out what to do. So we'll have to see how this all plays out, right? So the current state of play is we're still waiting for Iran to attack Israel, because Iran said they were going to do it after Israel assassinated Hamas's political leader in Tehran, and that hasn't happened yet. We were waiting for a big attack, a significant attack of some sort by Hezbollah on Israel in response to Israel's assassinating Hezbollah's commander a few weeks ago. It seems like maybe, according to Israel, Hezbollah was going to launch some kind of significant attack involving maybe thousands of rockets. According to Israel, a few hours ago, Israel says they detected this and they launched a lot of airstrikes to prevent this. And then after those airstrikes, Hezbollah launched, they say, over 300 rockets. I'm seeing quotes from Israeli sources saying a couple hundred rockets. It was not a huge attack in the big scheme of things compared to, given it was not the big response people have been expecting from Hezbollah. So where does this leave us? Are we going to see in the days ahead some kind of bigger Hezbollah response? If so, what will it be? Will Hezbollah not want to get rockets ready to fire or missiles ready to fire again because they think Israel will do the same thing? I don't know. There's ceasefire negotiations still going on. Will those make any progress? I don't know. So, we just have to see what's happening. I wish I knew. I wish I could really know what the exact nature of is it is it true that they had thousands of rockets ready to fire at Israel, or not? What if Israel hadn't done preemptive strikes? What would have happened? What are their plans now? All questions we'd like to know the answer to. So I can't tell you what's coming next. But this was kind of sudden, so. Yes, as Zach Bundy says, 200-300 rockets would be above the normal amount. I mean, it's fairly common for them to fire, 30, 40, 50 rockets at a given time. This was more than the usual amount, but it's not what you'd expect as like a statement making retaliation. And I'm not aware at this point, Israel in their most recent comments has not mentioned any missiles. It would be more provocative and could do more damage if Hezbollah fired missiles at Israel. Not aware that they were going to fire any of those or that any were destroyed. So that's where we're at right now. That is where we are at right now. And what happens next, I can't tell you. Flying Kiwi says, sudden, we've been waiting for weeks. I mean sudden in the sense that there'd been some reporting, some rumor, some reports floating around. I think N12 maybe reported in Israel in the last day that Hezbollah was preparing to launch an attack in the next few days. But you were not hearing a lot like about, oh, Hezbollah is getting ready in the next few hours to launch an attack. So we'll have to see what happens next. By the way, thank you, Mr. Blanks, a lot again. I really appreciate it. And also Panda 3000. Well, guys, we now have an announcement from, let me just see if I have any other analysis I can give you right now. It is 2:31 a.m. where I am. It is 9:31 a.m. in Israel. Hearing like a fly on the camera or something. AP says the U.S. and Israel estimate that Hezbollah has around 150,000 rockets and is capable of hitting anywhere inside Israel. The group also has developed drones capable of evading Israel's defenses as well as precision-guided munitions. This is kind of interesting here. This is from an AP article. Israel stages heavy airstrikes on Lebanon as Hezbollah launches attack over slain top commander. I don't know. I mean, to me, saying Hezbollah launched the attack, it's almost like after the Israeli airstrikes, Hezbollah felt it needed to do something, so it launched a few hundred rockets. But at the end of this article, it just gives a little bit of a summary here. It says, Hezbollah began attacking Israel almost immediately after the start of the war in Gaza, which was triggered by Hamas's October 7th attack into Israel. Israel and Hezbollah have been exchanging fire almost daily, displacing tens of thousands of people on both sides of the border. Until today, both sides had been careful to avoid all-out war. Hezbollah, which fought Israel to a stalemate in the summer of 2006, is believed to be far more powerful than it was back then. The U.S. and Israel estimate that Hezbollah has some 150,000 rockets and is capable of hitting anywhere inside Israel. The group also has developed drones capable of evading Israel's defenses, as well as precision-guided munitions. Israel has one of the world's best militaries and an extensive multi-tiered missile defense system, and it is backed by a U.S.-led coalition that helped it shoot down hundreds of missiles and drones fired from Iran earlier this year. The U.S. military has been building up its forces across the region in recent weeks. Israel has vowed a crushing response in the case of all-out war, one that would likely demolish critical civilian infrastructure, especially in South Beirut and southern Lebanon, where Hezbollah's main strongholds are located. A war would likely displace hundreds of thousands of people on both sides. Hezbollah is a close ally of Iran, which has also threatened to retaliate for the killing of a senior Hamas leader, Ismail Haniyeh, in an explosion in Tehran last month. That was widely blamed on Israel. So that's a little kind of oversight of the situation since last October. Thank you, General Buck Turgidson, for being a new member. Also, Jesse James, thanks for your support. All right, guys, I think we may be getting to that time. Maybe. Let's see. I'll do a last check for updates here. Michael Horowitz, who I follow, who is a geopolitical analyst, he thinks that it is possible that Hezbollah was planning on launching 6,000 rockets at Israel today. He's agreeing with Bjorn Stritzel here. Oh, and let me show you this. Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says, according to the Israeli Defense Forces, some 210 rockets and some 20 drones were launched from Lebanon at northern Israel in Hezbollah's attack this morning after the Israeli preemptive strikes. Some of the targets were intercepted while others impacted, causing damage and injuries. Okay, so there was some damage and injuries apparently from the rockets and drones from well, we knew there was damage. Like we've seen, like Manny Fabian had reported, like posted a video of like a chicken coop getting hit. So I don't know exactly what was hit. I haven't heard specifics on injuries. Many rockets also struck open areas. Peter M says traffic is again starting at the airport. Oh, hold on. Hey, look at this, guys. So if you look at Flight Radar 24, we are seeing a bunch of planes at the airport now on the radar. This one's supposed to take off soon. That's supposed to take off soon. That's supposed to take off soon. For a while, we weren't even seeing anything there. These planes are supposed to land at Tel Aviv. All these planes. Oh, actually, I don't know about that one. Now that's a confusion. I don't know what the deal with that one is. I don't know what the deal with these two are. Oh no! Look, yes, this is the one that was flying from Athens, and it has flown this way. So is this one about? This is the estimated. I don't know if it has. If this is the estimated position right now. It has not landed yet, but it's supposed to land fairly soon at Ben Gurion Tel Aviv Airport. So, oh, did that flight actually take off? Tel Aviv to Paris, did this flight actually take off here? Look, Tel Aviv to Paris. It looked like it actually did take off. That one too. Let's see. Departures. Let's look at the airport here. Departures. I'm waiting for Flight Radar 24 to load the departures. I'm looking here. Do any of these say departed? I'm still confused as to what's going on. Anyways. This right here, that's one. That's it. That's confirmation. Tel Aviv to Paris, it was supposed to take off at 5:30 a.m. It departed at 9:11 a.m. LY 319. There you go. There you go. If I can find it here. Tel Aviv to Paris, That plane did actually take off at 9:11 a.m. from Tel Aviv airport. So it does look like things are happening at the airport now. I mean, the site, Flight Radar 24 says that did take off. Anyways, if flightradar24.com, you can go there and check it out if you want. It's a great site. Just wanted to give you an update on that. And our viewer Hasseldehoff says no threat right now, so no reason to keep airport closed. I mean, I don't know if Israel would agree there's no threat, but you know, Hezbollah has said, for whatever it's worth, that their military action is done for the day. Michael Horowitz also believes that both sides have effectively called it a day unless Iran plans its own attack for today. So, yeah, I mean, Hezbollah put out a statement saying that their military action is done for the day. Doesn't mean that it has to be, but we could end up with just a quiet rest of the day there. We'll have to see. Crazy Pokemon thinks that this preemptive airstrikes is going to be a big escalation for sure. Yes, and now we have this statement in English from the Prime Minister's office. They had posted this earlier in Hebrew. Prime Minister Netanyahu said, "This morning we identified Hezbollah preparations to attack Israel. In consensus with the defense minister and the IDF chief of staff, we directed the IDF to initiate action to eliminate the threat. Since then, the IDF has been taking strong action to foil the threats. It has eliminated thousands of rockets. Israel claims it has eliminated thousands of rockets that were aimed at northern Israel. It is thwarting many other threats and is taking very strong action both defensively and offensively. I request that you adhere to the directives of the IDF Home Front Command, telling the citizens to do what the government tells them to do to be safe. We are determined to do everything to defend our country, to return the residents of the North securely to their homes, and to continue upholding a simple rule: whoever harms us, we will harm them." That is from Prime Minister Netanyahu. Thanks, Pineapple Water, who says Israel has a 4-tiered defense system. I do know that yes, you can see here on Wikipedia, the Arrow anti-ballistic missiles form the long-range layer of Israel's multi-tiered missile defense system, along with David's Sling at medium to long range, and Iron Dome and Iron Beam at short ranges. All right, guys, I think it's time. I think it's time for me to start wrapping up this stream. But if there are big, if I get off the air and 10 minutes later something big happens, I'll come on the air and do another stream. So I am going to be constantly checking as I normally do the news. And just like tonight, if there's some big developments, we'll come on the air and do another stream. Okay? So, but for now, I'm going to start wrapping up the stream. Make sure you subscribe and follow the channel Agenda Free TV. I am glad that we didn't have, that there, after the preemptive strikes, there wasn't some huge escalation, but I honestly don't know what's coming here. So we will have to see how Hezbollah responds, what Iran does next, and go from there. And how the ceasefire talks go. So this is Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Subscribe, follow, and turn on the notifications. We have a free notification system. You sign up once, you get sent a notification letting you know when we're going live, because I never know when big breaking news is going to happen. I didn't know this was going to happen tonight. So You can the mods will post the notifications link in the chat, and you can find the notifications link on Facebook and YouTube in the description to this video as well. I really appreciate you guys being here for the stream, watching the channel. Also, thanks for your messages and your updates you're sending me, and you're letting me read your comments. And sorry I couldn't get to more messages tonight, but I really do appreciate people writing in with and suggesting things and sending stuff, sending news tips and all that. Let's just shout out. Oh, and by the way, I will post updates when I am not on the air. I post updates on the news on my X account @Lookner. You can follow me there for breaking news updates. I will be posting their stuff when I'm not on the air. @Lookner on X. I will post a link in the chat to my X account, but that is where I am posting breaking news updates when not on the air. And a huge thank you to our moderators who are fantastic. They are the ones who let us have chat rooms. We could not have chat rooms without our moderators. They're an essential part of the channel. So big shout out to our moderators who are here and have been here tonight. Havasumam, Ruth Krafasi on YouTube, Kinetic, and all of our other mods over there. Thank you. Also on X, Linda Belk and Larry. On Facebook, Margaret Riley. Ava Knight, and Paul Anderson, Valerie Gale Griffin, Christina Neal, Ronald Egnor, and all of our other Facebook moderators. Thank you. Our Twitch moderators, too. Big thanks to you. Idaho Star, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, all of our other Twitch moderators. Big thanks. And also thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. You are the ones who support this channel, and I really appreciate your support. You allow it to exist. You allow me to be able to buy footage like what we've been watching. So thanks to you for allowing me to do the channel. If you ever do want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. I do want to shout out Pixel Panda for your support. Also on Twitch, I owe a thank you to Spray It. Thanks for your support over there. Let's see here. And again, if there's something big that happens later today, we'll just come on the air and do another stream, just like we did tonight. By the way, we do have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. A lot of our viewers like doing that. The link to that is the same as the link to the notifications. So feel free to check out our Discord chat. And also, thanks to our Discord mods. I very much appreciate all of our Discord mods who help out. And I also want to mention, for those who subscribe on YouTube, if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, which I would recommend as another way to find out when we're going live, you got to do this on YouTube. Subscribing is not enough. If you subscribe, you then need to click this bell. Why does that look all funky? Hold on. Click this bell and choose all notifications. Yeah, I gotta. Oh, hold on. Let me check this. Did I mess something up here? The picture looks kind of odd. That looks better. There. Okay. Yeah. So click on the bell and choose all notifications on YouTube. All right. And let's see. I want to shout out our Twitch subscribers and our Facebook subscribers and our YouTube members for your support of the channel. I really, really appreciate it. So over there on Twitch, subscribers like Jack's Animals, McWoodywood, Wall Street and Shaggy, Limey Show, Thorea, Sarah, Gonzalez, Koa Goose. These are just some of our subscribers on Twitch. Citizens07, let's see here. James54, Yart05, and all of our other subscribers over there. Thanks to you on Twitch. Our Facebook subscribers, really appreciate all of you. Jane Summers, Ronald Egnor, Eve Richards, Margaret Riley, Lou Green, Kay Lowry Body, for example, Robert Rial II, Michael Clayton. Jane Summers, by the way, says Israel seems like 10 steps ahead. That's what Jane says. and all of our other Facebook subscribers, thanks for your support. And our YouTube members, huge shout out to our YouTube members for supporting the channel. People like General Buck Turgidson, Amber Nolan, JC Santos, Barb Mack, Jesse James, sorry if I repeat some people, Barry, Ian Jones, DM Vibes, and Alex Price, Tom Signs, Sonic Teal, Sarah Milligan, Dr. McRib, Jen's Crunchy Vax, DeAndre, New Yorican Joseph, Fred Witherow, Danny G, thanks for being members on YouTube, Brian Tampa, Peter Ulima, Ken Palamara, Kay Crimlin, E Oddity, Evelyn in Maine, and all of our other YouTube members, and all of you viewers. I really appreciate you watching. Okay. All right, guys. And Gemini Rose and Jim S, thanks for watching. No, I am not aware of any rocket alerts right now. Living by Faith, thanks for watching. Darren Charlo, thank you for watching. Ann Haj Naki, thank you for watching. I have not seen a statement from Iran. Darren has asked about Iran putting out a statement. I have not seen anything from Iran yet. Maybe later today. Okay, one last check just to make sure I'm not missing any big updates. But again, if there's some huge news, we can do another stream. Nothing is stopping me from doing another stream. Oh, I have an update for you guys about the airport. Thanks to Michael Horowitz, who is at Michael H992, who's a good person to follow for Middle Eastern stuff. Michael found that N12 News says the Israeli airport is now open for takeoffs and landings. N12 News Israel said the airport's authority officially announces Israel's Ben Gurion Airport, the big international airport, is open for takeoffs and landings. And look what's happening. Hey, we have closure. There are planes taking off right now. There you go. That one took off at 9:34 for Budapest. That one took off at 9:25 for Patras. I am ashamed to say I don't know where Patras Airport is. Is it Greece? Patras Airport is in Greece. Okay. So there are planes taking off. That plane took off for Paris at 9:11. We saw that one already. Looks like this plane is maybe planes coming into land. No, I don't know what the deal with that one is. Anyways, so that one's scheduled to land at 9:57 from Amman, Jordan. So there we go. We got you some closure. That's Flight Radar 24. Check out Flight Radar 24 at flightradar24.com. It is a fantastic air tracking website. So there you go. So the airport's back, takeoffs. Ooh, what's this? Hold on a second here. Do we have anything new from Germany? Hold on. There was an update from German police, but nothing really. I mean, on the suspect, they say a 26-year-old male turned himself in, saying he was responsible for the attack, the stabbing attack in Germany. I'm not going to talk about this at length now. This is from local police, real quick. I just saw this posted here. A municipal accommodation facility in Zollingen was searched. Among other things, a person found there who was said to have been in contact with the initially unknown perpetrator was taken to a police station. According to the current state of the investigation, this is a witness. Later that evening, a 26-year-old male turned himself into the investigating authorities, saying he was responsible for the attack. He was temporarily arrested. The person's involvement in the crime is currently being intensively examined. Maybe we'll do another stream on that later. Not right now. I'm gonna wrap up right now. This, okay. All right. So that is it, guys. Thank you so much. We have been covering live here Israel's preemptive airstrikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon, and then Hezbollah launching apparently a couple hundred rockets at Israel in response. But Israel says they prevented a large Hezbollah attack on Israel by attacking Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Thousands of rockets, Israel said it destroyed, that were going to be launched into Israel. That's what Israel says. And if you want, you can rewind to the beginning of the stream. First hour of the stream or so, we were seeing some interceptors go up. We were hearing explosions in the sky and hearing maybe artillery and stuff. So you can go back and rewatch the beginning if you want to watch some of that stuff. All right. That is it for now. I really appreciate you guys watching very much. And thanks to our moderators. And we will keep covering this as developments happen. We will cover this and other events around the world. And again, I will be posting on my X account @Lookner when I am not on the air with news updates. That's it for now. Thank you for watching our live coverage. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.